Hello, everyone, and welcome! The most consistent, allegedly, Victoria free multiplayer stream every Friday is back, and we are still playing and trying to be independent.
I'm
Except
independent.
Indonesia.
No, I'm not the only one.
Oh, Cuba's also!
Yes.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah, right. We have Cuba, who's still joining, I think.
Yeah, game's still starting up.
God damn it. Yeah, Cuba
Yeah,
is here, and Karl Marx is actually the ruler. that happened. Welcome to quite the fact that also Persia just is not feeling that well. It's just not feeling well. Is what. Also, wait, are you invading the Ottomans through Najd?
Basically, they wanted to help Hejaz. The Austrians as well. They also want to help Hejaz, so...
Are you taking a bite out of the Ottoman Empire?
Actually, I don't. I just get Hijazi war reparations.
Damn.
So I get war reparations from my dominion that already pays me shit, so it pays me more.
God damn it. And I'm still clinging here as, like, I'm the appendix of the Great Qing.
Hello. Appendix, I guess.
Shut up. Romania is bigger.
You're like the Great Qing's dog.
I don't want to. I just want to end this.
It's like Florida.
My plan was like easy the other way. Like Opium Wars, I get independent, I conquer some Manchuria.
Apparently you can't count on the British for doing the Opium Wars anymore.
You can't count on the British for anything.
I suppose so.
You really can't.
Next up is vacuum packaging for me.
Shall we go back to Dunking on Tech Bros?
Nah, we have a lot of stuff to talk about actually.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you know, we could do the stuff for you, but you know, all I know about rocket nozzles are that there are some versions that are different if you go over the how's it called? The boom line. I forgot how it's called. The boom line.
The boom line.
When you go really fast, you go boom. Something with Sonic.
When you go faster than Mach 1.
Yes, thank you.
When you go supersonic.
Yeah.
The boom line.
The boom line. I'm sorry.
All I know is rocket engines comes from Kerbal Space Program.
Hey, that's good enough.
Basically, all we have a bachelor's degree in rocket science.
You hit it here first. If you play Kerbal Space Program and are really good, you can study rocket engineering, I
I
guess.
suppose so.
Oh, actually, what's kind of annoying if you want... So here's the funny thing in the UK regarding, like, building rocket engines. You could build, liquid rocket engines and hybrid rocket engines, but not solid rocket engines. So you could use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Like, there's no... As far as I'm aware, there's no legal issues with you building that at all. But yeah, if you try building a solid rocket motor engine, yeah, you've broken the law. You're going to prison. That's technically classified as making explosives. So yeah, that's not allowed.
Who was responsible for that? Thatcher?
No, I think it's just... I mean, probably, to be honest, it's probably going back to, like, the Victorian era. Because there's been, like... I don't know,
You know what?
Who was Prime Minister back then? Who could it be?
Disraeli.
Pitt the Elder? Yeah, Disraeli, maybe?
It should honestly
It's been like that for a while. Funnily enough, you can hold up to like 100 grams of you can own 100 grams of black powder, I think. But yeah, it's kind of like you can only buy like pre-made solid rocket motors, which is kind of annoying because the specific impulse is utter shit. It's utter dog shit. Like 2 seconds on specific impulse. Even a fucking hybrid or
It's so funny.
But the even worse thing is like they recently banned nitrous oxide because people are idiots and decide, let's huff nitrous oxide. It's like you see those small little aluminium canisters like on the street sometimes. No. Okay, that's just a thing over here. Yeah, they're used by people to get high. They were originally used for like whipped cream and shit.
Yeah.
But you know, people like decided, oh, I'm gonna huff it.
You mean the
So
thing that will
because-
probably pass in just like in like 1 or 2 years because like it sounds kind of stupid. It's probably
No, it's been
expensive.
around for ages. People've done it for ages. So
Oh
it's,
no!
I'm still glad that at least Germany, the fentanyl production came to Germany, and I'm still happy about the interview where they just like interviewed like drug users who use drugs to a problematic extent.
Yes,
Okay, mostly heroin users, and they still want to do rather heroin even though it's more expensive.
because that's just better and safer, and you're like, you know what?
Heroin isn't safe. Just so you know.
no, most of it that comes to Europe comes via the Taliban. So I don't think that's exactly a good thing. Yeah. So the
mean,
main thing,
also
annoying
not
thing
really
about
that
nitrous
much.
oxide is that it was
I'd
the.
rather have people on heroin laying around than people on fentanyl, though.
But also not that much anymore.
Or ketamine. Oh,
because
God.
the thing is that heroin, heroin production mainly spiked under when the Americans were down there because they had a great idea. See, people have planted opium, so they were and not wheat, so they were like, oh fuck, we need to actually grow wheat. How do we do that? Oh hey, let's pay people.
You haven't really said who did it, right?
The Afghan government before the Taliban took over again.
US
they-
backed African government.
US-backed government, yes, and they were like, yeah, let's pay them good sums to destroy poppy crops. What could
I can
possibly
see
go
where this is
wrong?
going.
Okay, so the thing is that suddenly, a lot of Afghan farmers were like, wait, I'm getting paid to destroy a certain crop. Why should
Well, not only that, it's their
why
best
sh-
paying crop. What else can actually fucking grow there? Fuck all.
No. They're like,
It's like the same
why
thing
should-
at Sinaloa.
Room. They can actually grow wheat there. This is actually in the region of this is actually in the breadbasket region of Afghanistan. They can
Is it?
grow.
Oh, okay.
They have a good breadbasket. They can technically grow a lot of wheat and other stuff there. The thing is, because the moment they realized destroying poppy crops brings more money than planting wheat, they bulldozed their wheat and planted poppy seeds.
Who destroyed?
And then they harvested the poppy seed sap to sell that at a premium, and then destroyed the crops to get an extra payment from the government.
Didn't the Taliban crack down on poppy seed
Yeah,
growing
and the
in general?
Taliban
Yeah.
literally went like,
It's so sad because poppies are nice to look at, but
Yes.
the Taliban literally
Oh, fuck
went.
the Taliban.
The Taliban literally went, hey, first of all, they literally were like, hey, we're going to forbid poppy seeds, but you can still do your last harvest to make money, but we're going to pay you some for wheat until that is stabilized. So ironically, the Taliban were like, how about we just subsidize wheat production? And sure enough, the heroin prices and production plummeted across Afghanistan because suddenly people were buying wheat. Okay, you know what? I have to say it, but I guess at least economically, you have to hand it to the Taliban. They didn't do the absolute baby steps and didn't do any mistake there.
That'd
It's
be
like,
true, but the whole war on terror was a gigantic clusterfuck.
It
course
was.
it was.
That's
Wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I am in the game, by the way.
okay, then we can stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could start.
As I said, I think the big unraveling of the Taliban will be the moment they really just have to face the fact that they are controlling a country right now that they have to actually fix in some form. Like
Yeah,
that is probably the biggest thing right now that a lot of Taliban are actually leaving because they're like, I was a warrior for 4 decades sometimes. And now I'm supposed to do office work, and the Taliban are like, yeah.
That's kind of what you fought for.
The irony is
Yeah.
that
Afghanistan, that whole
apparently-
dumpster fire of a country, is now their problem.
The irony is that apparently it's because a lot of them are now leaving just to become mercenaries again because that's what they do. A lot of Taliban are now like, you know what, maybe we should actually loosen our misogynistic laws because we just need more workforce. So, economy wins.
Turns out banning education for half the population isn't such a smart idea.
It is so fucking funny how fast the Taliban
Maybe tell
just
the
become-
Republicans in America.
Yeah, I'm still wondering how they can hold on to stuff like that.
Yeah. Like, I think the funniest bit for me is that I think that in the current, I think they said something about, like, last year about what's going, current genocide in Gaza, but even they just tuned out because they were like, fuck it, we have enough problems at home. So, like, yeah, the Taliban are just becoming boring by the minute. Because, guess what, they have to run a country.
They get progressivized by running a country, basically.
Yeah, but because that's the thing. Either they would run the country into the ground, and then in the next, 2 years or so, we would see another revolution in Afghanistan, which would probably also be backed again by the West, and who knows what happens then. That's a
No,
different
I
thing.
doubt it. I think they're just done over there.
Could be.
I mean, backed in the sense not that we send troops, but like probably some supply because someone is saying I want to fix this, but like I guess at least right now the Taliban seem to be actually interested in actually running the country, which I don't know. We have to watch the next years how that develops. But yeah, also another fun part. You heard that North Korea is now sending troops to Ukraine.
I did not hear that. I knew ammunition
but
was
to the Russian
quite a
side
lot.
of the front, which, oh boy, that just says so much about the state of both countries at once. Like, here's the thing: we already knew that. Wait, are you invading the Qing again?
No. I've been waiting.
Oh no,
Long
it's
phone? No.
France. It's France, but because they have beef with Spain. Transfer Philippines. Okay. The Qing just getting bodied. Anyway, the thing is, that just kind of told us so much about the state of both countries because, like, we knew a few things. First of all, it's not looking good for Russia. We knew that. Like, I mean,
yes.
they've been basically importing shitty ammunitions from North Korea, which is it says a lot. If you need to import that and can't produce them on your own when you're Russia, basically, sending shitty ammunition through, over the railway, Trans-Siberian Railway, which is, it's, how's it called? It hinders so
Long.
much. I don't know the English word again. In German, it's Nadelöhr.
Throughput?
What?
Throughput?
Yeah,
It's limited. It limits the throughput severely.
Yeah.
And also, the thing is, now, yes, they keep saying, oh, look, Russia conquered this, Russia conquered that. And then you look at the statistics, and, like, Russia is currently losing so much material in comparison to Ukraine, and Ukraine can recover most material. Like, thing is, most Russian tanks being lost are destroyed forever. Most Ukrainian tanks can get recovered and repaired. That's a big difference, by the way. It's just they're losing a lot of manpower and a lot of just material. So the thing is, two things we already knew. North Korea sends material. So my first assumption was they're just straight up profiting from that, which is fair enough, I'd say. North Korea has their own problem. If you can just profit off of Russia
Why not?
needing material, why not? Get some stuff there. But this actually kind of recontextualizes a lot. See, Russia can't send their own population to the front. They can't. I mean, they could, but Russia is a fascist state, and it's basically run on one idea, that the people from Moscow, Moscow, St. Petersburg region, the Russians are not sent to the front. To the front you send everyone else. So, they apparently have run out of they're running out of people to send to that front, you know, from their own ethnic cleansings like Chechenians, you know, and other native and indigenous people. They're running out of mercenaries because, for example, they had a lot of Nepalese mercenaries hired until the Nepalese people were like, do not go to the Russian side of the front. It's bad. On the contrary, I would say, hey, if the West would give Ukraine enough money, they could actually hire some mercenaries. They would probably have much better fighting conditions on that side. But still, they're running out of mercenaries. So, now the question is, why is North Korea actually sending troops to the front? This sounds like an absolute fucking disaster because, once again, North Korea is kinda built on the thing of, you know, we are under attack from the others. But it's going really badly in North Korea since decades. That's one thing. Like, really badly. Due to a lot of factors. Like, yes, sanctions as well, but also, let's just be real here, like, the management of the country was not really that good.
Don't let the tankies hear you say that.
Oh, no! Sorry, here's the thing. If someone is like, oh, like, I think the biggest contrary to that is fucking Cuba, because Cuba is doing comparatively well, and they are under even worse sanctions. So, to a degree, I think, to a degree, North Korea definitely has just some mismanagement. So, why troops now? With, you know, because it's, you know, such an, it's just a stupid move. Like, you know, you will probably be like, hey, so you have basically starving people at home, constant access to, you know, like North and South Germany, East and West Germany, North and South Germany. We're not splitting by Aldi yet. Not yet. Basically, they can receive actually, you know, South Korean stuff, you know, media and shit. That is there. The thing is, why are they doing this? And I think the biggest indicator is, I think Kim Jong-un is not really seated well. Because remember how, like, a few years ago there were rumors that he was, you know, disposed of? But there was, like, an actually internal fight, I think, with his sister? Yeah, I think North Korea probably has had a pretty big, you know, internal power struggle. And I feel like this move right now is the biggest sign that North Korea is not supplying Russia with ammunition because they're profiting off of the war. It's because North Korea is in such a dire situation that basically, you know, they're only in, you know, the Kim Jong-un family, or, you know, let's say Kim Jong-un is currently just in power right now because he's backed by Russia. Because why else would you send troops? If you feel like, you know, you would be dethroned the moment you lose that support, yeah, then you would say, yeah, well, sure, we send a few thousand people to, you know, the meat grinder far in the west. That will go over well, but I don't have a choice. So that's at least my reading, that, you know, it's probably pretty fucking dire right now for Kim Jong-un in North Korea. It probably is really dire. And this is like his, he's basically strong-armed into doing it.
Could be. I don't know.
At least in my reading. I don't know how you read it.
Ooh. Russia sided with Herat.
Oui. Talking about international politics again, getting everyone silent. Yay.
I know. There's not maybe too many years left in this game, at least. Or at least this round.
Yeah.
The 31. Oh yeah, did you see Elon Musk's new robo-taxi launch thingy at all?
What? I just heard I just heard he said he's going to prison if the Democrats win, which is like, fucking please.
I mean, he's not, but actually no.
I know he's not, but I kind of wish.
Yeah. So he decided I'm gonna launch. So you know how he's been full on being autonomous self-driving, even though it's not autonomous self-driving. Yeah, he's trying to launch an autonomous self-driving taxi service now. And he showed off his what he called a van, which doesn't look like a van. It doesn't work as a van and has literally no ground clearance at all. If it came up to a speed bump, a small, moderately sized speed bump, it would just scrape along the bottom because he wanted it to look all futuristic and techie and totally not like a 10-year-old's drawing of a car.
Hey.
And it has fuck all and there's no windows as well, so you're just in a big metal box that gets stuck on a small speed bump or a pothole. He's just reinvented a bus. He's reinvented the bus. That's nothing new. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's doing what he usually does, where he's he goes in a roundabout way to discover that something that's already been created. It's like the fucking Hyperloop thing. Why not just build a train or high-speed rail? Also, actually, fun fact, we're actually getting the train, the HS2, all the way to London, finally. So that's been confirmed. So it's not a useless high-speed rail.
Cool. By the way, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna open it up. Everyone has to see this. This is just... Look at this fucking ugly
Also, Tesla
thing.
stock dropped 10%.
Yeah, you know what? I get it.
Because it's such a joke.
I get it. It's a bus.
Yeah, that looks... yeah. Yeah.
It's a bus, but also it's a bad bus.
Yes.
I can't even. Here's the thing. What makes a bus good?
Capacity.
Yes.
Oh no, that's wait.
Look.
No, I'm just trying. It's because there's a lag on stream. I'm trying to see if you actually see
This thing.
No, I don't think you did see the one because it looks even worse than that car-looking
What?
thing.
Then send.
Oh yeah.
me-
Oh no, wait. That's it. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, the one that looks like a clothes iron.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It's just again.
Sorry, it's because there's a lag on the stream.
You know what? Let's talk about infrastructure. I just opened bus. These are the buses you saw in Hamburg. Look at them. This is the most
That's a
simple one you
bus.
can have.
That's a bus.
They have more capacity than those.
They work.
Like,
They've been around for a century.
look at those. Those are, for, children. Or, if you have disabled people or have, specialized routes. You have those.
Yeah.
If you want capacity, oh, look at that. Look at how much people you can fit into this thing. Look at that. You have, some solid, you have, a medium capacity line. Just slap some of them in here. Look at those. Look how many doors they have. That's 5 doors. You know how many people can enter and exit at once, making it really fucking efficient? You know how really good design it is because you need more doors? Because that's the thing. I can almost guarantee you, is there it's actually an open... By the way, wait. This is just basically a more shitty Cybertruck, I guess. I don't know, that's the Tesla Model something. there, this thing here has probably just one door or so. It's worthless. Yeah, here, look. It's a van. Here's the thing. He didn't reinvent the bus.
It's a van.
So this is currently going around in, it's this thing. I think they're kind of stupid, because it's more like, you call them and they shuttle you somewhere. It's more like, it's basically a group taxi. Well, what? Ah, that's for years ago. But yeah, it's basically a group taxi. A thing that already exists. It's not even, like, again, bus. You have, like, fixed lines, you shuttle a lot of people. But, you know what? The moment you realize these things here, are just filling some gaps at best. They're not really rapid trends. They're not really relevant for anything. They're at best that, you can, save, you can basically make taxis a bit more efficient. That's neat.
For schools, like, didn't you have like a van or like a small bus like that at school to like get people like to track or events and stuff like that?
In the US, you have these. In Europe, they just use normal buses. They just say it's a school bus. It's the same bus. Most children don't even use school buses because school buses are actually not needed. Even where I'm from, which was rural, guess what? There was a bus line basically directly to the school, so everyone took the bus line. Yeah. About that. In it. Yeah, so, but also, like, if you're then thinking about, they're autonomously maybe running, and then you realize, they just probably should run between certain districts because that's more efficient, and they're like, oh, hey, but what if you make them bigger, and then, oh, hey. You know what? What if you just put them on rails, and then you have, oops, trams? More efficient? Because let's just talk about the elephant in the room. This thing right here is not there to do anything. It isn't. It is to distract from something. Because the thing is, remember this thing? A thing he never actually invented, he never actually did himself. It was something that he just, drew on a paper, and it was like others could use them. And everything about these are just stupid. Because A, maglev exists, which is, safer, better and stuff if you want to have anything about that. And also, big important part. He admitted himself. Okay? He said himself. He didn't think up the Hyperloop to actually be a thing. It was to, and I'm serious, stop California high-speed rail.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people really, drive cars in California. And California high-speed rail will probably cut into that the moment it's actually done. The thing is that, this probably killed a bunch of proposals, actually. It's just stupid. Because, again, it's a vacuum tube that is really small. Okay, here's the thing. Again, we built this thing back in, they actually planned on building one. Apparently between Hamburg and Amsterdam, we should have built it. Just saying.
Yes.
You know what? Here's the thing. I will always say, the maglev / Transrapid is actually viable if you know where to use it for. And that is really fast connections between major cities. It is a counter to country and intercontinental air traffic. Because if you build those between Amsterdam, Hamburg, Berlin, or even maybe down to Brussels, Paris, suddenly you have a line where everyone would think twice, why should I take the fucking airplane when I can just hop on a train and be there in a similar amount of time and don't need to go through any of the bullshit.
Without all the waiting and the boarding and the fucking airport terminal.
Also, because if you can see here, this is a small version. This one still has more capacity than any Hyperloop thing they proposed. Would it be as fast? Probably not. But it would be still vastly more fast than most things. And you know what? China is now building one.
Yes.
Because they were like, oh yeah, let's build something on like a really long distance. Japan is building one because actually, again, fast connectivity.
Japan already has them. I think Japan already has like running maglevs. Oh.
They have a test track, but the test track will be the main line later.
Yeah.
But China basically bought one and they kept developing it, and whoops.
So
That's the thing.
Turns out it's actually good.
This one is sensible technology because the thing is, it is technically a monorail. That is also it's one major thing is speed. But as you can see, because of the modular design, like a train, a maglev can actually be bigger. You can actually build big maglevs.
Yeah.
This fucking thing right here would do nothing.
Yeah.
Look at this shit.
Also, the 100 Years' War appears to be back on. Britain is fighting in Brittany. France is invading Scotland, has already completely occupied Ireland, and apparently the capital of the UK is in Belfast.
Amazing. It's just... This playthrough is cursed. Can you maybe do some Opium Wars, please?
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. But the big thing I want to point out is that, again, the Cybercap is there for one reason only, and he already pulled the same shit. He wants to disrupt public transport investments, because a lot of American cities right now are actually investing into light rail. And sometimes, more on this, actually on the German model, because they're basically importing the German model in, the sense that this is probably one of the best examples. It's the Frankfurt U-Bahn / S-Bahn. It's Frankfurt U-Bahn more like. You see what this is? This is a high floor light rail system that can run like a tram, with some elevated platforms, so it's level boarding even. And because it is, it's overhead, so pretty simple to build. And then goes into a subway tunnel in the center of town. So why is that? Because this is basically an upgraded tram built kind of like a subway. And a lot of American cities are now like, hey, why aren't we doing that? This is pretty cheap. We can upgrade existing lines to this. And if the need arises, we can just build a tunnel and yeet a bunch of lines through that. That's actually a very economic system. And so, and because America has constant problems with, their system, they're like, just a standard gauge, basically high floor light rail line seems pretty appealing, so they don't need to build a whole subway system or so. Or they just they start to import Stadler. I mean, wait a second. A good example. Because Stadler, for example, is building a lot for California Railways, Caltrains. And as you can see, it's like very modern railway lines right now, and they're upgrading their systems with that. And they also have some, I don't know where it is right now. Oh god, I didn't see. Basically, they're also building some that are running on batteries. Something they're also using here in Germany now. That, you know, that can recharge when there's overhead wires and then run on batteries when there's none. So they can, you know, easily upgrade and, you know, modernize their existing railway lines. This is actually a big problem if you want to keep selling cars. And, you know, one of the big proposals was always, oh, why do you want to build a tram line or, you know, a light rail line or anything like that if you could just build a bus? Or, you know, even more, here's a gadget ban. You can just solve the problem without spending money. And I remember there was actually, there was a proposal because there was a city with D in the USA that had a problem because, you know, so the thing with America is that similar to Europe, they like sport, you know? That's just the thing. So they have big sports stadiums. Like, really popular, really big sports stadiums. But contrary to Europe, or even Australia to a degree, where we sometimes have, like, you know, we have railway lines basically going directly to the stadiums because, duh. Makes sense that, you know, you have a lot of railway lines because trains are very efficient at getting people from and to stadiums. America has big fuck of just a parking lots. And even that is not enough anymore. So I really try to remember which one it was, but there was a city that was like, we want to build a link, like actually a light rail link, a tram link, from the stadium to an existing railway line, I think, was it? Or subway line? I don't know. They wanted to upgrade that just so, you know, it feels better. That was it. And Elon Musk basically pitched, oh, you know what? I can make an autonomous pod system that rides underground. And he got the pitch. They have never built it. Because guess what? It wasn't there to actually be built. It was there to just prevent that they build a tram. So now they're building a tram.
I'm still wondering what kind of beef he must have with public transportation to actively try to sabotage it.
Well, first of all,
it's similar to the It's similar to the automakers in Germany. Mm-hmm. It sells less cars.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
They are doing everything. Like, it's not only here. In Japan, they're doing the same. In Japan, they actually. Like,
I kind of forgot for a second that Elon has like a car company. For me, he's just a professional, stupid person online. That's what I know him from.
No, the thing is.
So I kind of forgot that he actually owns a car industry.
Let me put it like this. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It's okay.
I mean, he has a car company on the side now that basically, you know, bankrolls him being a complete lunatic, but...
If you want to snatch things from Britain, now's the time, by the way. Ireland is invaded. Because they have a war against Russia indirectly and against France directly.
If you want to snatch something from Britain, bold.
Yeah, like maybe make me independent, please.
You could do it now. They are occupied. As long as you have...
I have an interest. I can like...
As long as you have some battalions...
Am I supporting independence?
Yeah, as long as you have some battalions to hold your island.
Couple, but not many.
Yeah, you have 5. I don't know if that's enough, but they're occupied. Literally.
I can't.
I
Offer
can
to
only do
support your
increased
independence.
autonomy.
Yeah, I can't offer to support your independence yet because I think you might be just because you're. Well, I do have an active interest in your region, so I could still side with you.
Yeah, you're a puppet. You need to get higher first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to get up.
Did I do it?
But yeah, I think what needs to be said about Elon Musk though is that yes, he definitely did a lot of that because he simply he probably saw that California high-speed rail might be a big thing against him because let's not forget he ran basically Tesla, especially in California, as a solution to a lot of problems like smog and shit.
It's not wrong.
It would just kind of make it worse to a degree, though.
To a degree, but like for the cities themselves, it's technically a solution.
More tires will.
Yeah, but that's not smog. That's that's a different thing. That's Feinstaub. I don't know how it's called. Like fine
dust?
Fine dust would be the literal translation, but I don't know.
It's fine dust, actually.
Also in English. Okay, good.
Logical.
Sometimes stuff like that is applicable, but not always. So.
Yeah.
Come sick. Give up. It's like so annoying. They have so many people. I mean, that's what I'm attacking them for, but still.
Oh god. I mean, also just what I because we kind of missed the Aurora Borealis yesterday. Someone made a beautiful picture from over Glasgow.
Looks similar.
Yeah, I mean, it happened. I don't know.
That's just how
Quite a lot
Glasgow
recently.
looks.
What room?
Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, what about it?
I think Ruben is not seeing.
It's happened a lot recently.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't see the picture.
I mean, it's Glasgow. I've seen a bunch of Glasgow.
Maybe you should take a look at the stream.
No, because it was lagging 1 second the game, but that was because I was on the market screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it got me down to like 3 FPS. I didn't know it'd be that bad.
You have an FPS counter? I don't have one.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it lags, but I'm used to it.
Yeah, I see better memes.
Oh come on, that one is good.
I guess we're getting a head start on tiki culture.
Oh god.
To be honest, I never played PlayStation 2, so I never grew up playing PlayStation. I was always we were always an Xbox family.
Also, I just realized you're probably too young for PlayStation 2.
Yes, very.
You have not witnessed peak.
Wouldn't say peak.
Like it was PlayStation 3 and up, basically.
I mean, sorry, the
yeah.
PS2 was.
So where the PlayStation was at its lowest, basically.
I mean, we had the original Xbox.
Yeah, but the Xbox is basically like for us, for example, it's basically a side grade nobody really used. Because
I mean, that is actually mostly true for Europe. Like, Xbox never really sold here, which is kind of insane. Again, the only one that really sold was the 360, and that was more due to the fact that, again, the PlayStation 3 just fucking nosedived. But rightfully nosedived is what I would add. What I do find interesting, though, is that there is currently kind of a trend that if you, post about, hey, remember, PlayStation 3 franchise X, you get a lot of people being really fucking nostalgic for them, which is like, oh boy, I've not seen anything similar to, Xbox. Like, with Xbox 360 stuff, I would say everyone's like, yes, Halo, yes, Gears of War, but they're still here. And like, I think the best is remaster Lost Odyssey, and like, I get it. Actually,
Yeah, those are the 3 games I know kind of from the Xbox, because I never... When it came out, there were never really games for them, like interesting ones. Or maybe I didn't get them.
Okay, hot take, Banjo-Kazooie 3 was actually good.
Very fair.
Yeah, you played it, it was good, right? It was unique, but good.
It's good, yeah.
I mean,
okay, 4 games now.
Yeah. What? 4 games?
4 games.
No, that was Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
Oh.
It's really just 3.
No, I was thinking of 1 game from Banjo-Kazooie.
No, I meant the one where you build cars.
Yeah.
That one's fun. Also, let's just be said, Rare Devs probably screamed at their officers the moment Tears of the Kingdom was popular, because Tears of the Kingdom is basically Nuts and Bolts but in an open world and a bit simpler, and like
So
I can only hear their frustrations where they're like, oh, who wanted to have like a car building game in their legacy Nintendo franchise? And they're just like, I guess you wanted it in fucking Zelda. Also, hello Vampibus, how are you doing? Yeah, that was
Also,
like...
can I say Twitch tried to recommend Donald Trump's Twitch channel to me?
Is it Twitch channel?
I don't know why. And you can't... yeah, anyway, so I interrupted.
Yeah, no, that was good. Actually, I would have loved that, Rare was... I mean, that's probably the irony about Microsoft franchises. Like, yes, the ones everyone remember are still being produced to a degree, but also, it's more like a lot of people cling to them like, you don't get it, Fable was special, and like... Fable left no real mark. It was fine,
It was okay.
Fable was fine, but like, they keep bringing it back, like, the big RPG series, like, really?
Like, I played Fable 3, or was it Fable 2? Oh. It was a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I get 3 a.m. to bed and doctor's appointment at 10 a.m. That's rough.
That's rough, yeah.
I mean, yesterday we basically made it through the night, and then I had like a whole go out with a lot of shit and just do a lot of shit, and then I went back and was like, fuck, I just go to sleep. And I was like, yeah, just come to bed already again, you fucking idiot. But it was worthwhile. Like, that's actually... I mean, that's probably the irony about...
I'm serving a skyscraper now.
Good.
I'm fucked up with the screams of my 8 million radicals. I will build a high tower so I don't have to hear them anymore.
Indonesian supremacy, I guess.
Yeah. I'm working my way toward landing craft so I can take a bite out of Peru, Bolivia. I want Antofagasta.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the more interesting parts. That
probably expand there too, soonish, but I will take Uruguay. Because that's easy to get a land bridge.
Yeah, but I specifically want Antofagasta. So that's on the other side. I'd have to, once I get Uruguay, I'd have to conquer like 3 states in northern Argentina just to have land access.
Just protect with Brazil and Peru, Bolivia, and Argentina. Just all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably one thing where I could say, at least a few big series they still have. I guess Microsoft is making sequels to still. Like, honestly, aside from a few people insisting that it was actually really good, I don't really see like a big amount of hype for Fable, but they're making a new Fable game, I guess.
It wasn't bad. I think the one funny thing I remember, I think it was in Fable 2, was the hidden sex change potion that saved your game when you took it.
That one was good.
That was funny.
I always like playing Fable. I was like, yeah, the game had some good moments actually. But I think the biggest problem that I'd say that Microsoft has is that, let's just be real here, they have a chronicle let's make it like the old one Cerritos. Like, you know, Gears of War has been doing 2 games that were pretty well received, actually, you know, with new characters later on. And I would say, you know, Gears of War felt like the one, like the one franchise that was not mismanaged. But because it didn't make the biggest money, now we're getting, yep, you know what, here's a prequel story with Marcus Phoenix. And you're like...
Do you remember the names of the characters in Gears of War?
How can you not remember the Cold Rain?
It's the buff guy with the chainsaw gun.
I know, but...
And the other guy with the chainsaw gun.
Okay, hot take, Gears of War was actually pretty well written, especially the 3rd title.
It was, but I don't remember.
You should maybe actually play Gears of War 1, 2, 3. Okay, unironically, when Epic Games made them, Gears of War was actually pretty good. And from what I heard, 4 and 5 were also pretty good characters. Like, unironically... Yeah. I mean, I have to commend them one thing. Like, I love the fact that people try to make a lot of stuff about, like, it was like a reactionary take because, you know, effeminate men from JRPGs became too popular, actually, and you're like, no, it actually just was like they looked like normal dudes, and an artist just drew the protagonist, like, drew Marcus Phoenix like a bodybuilder out of a joke, and everyone was like, you know, actually, that looks better. And the big thing that I like about Gears of War is the fact that the women are also buff. They just made everyone buff. Like, all of them are hunks of meat. It's just like, you know what?
We know Knight's type.
Not really.
Muscular women are hot. Okay, sorry. It's just like... I like the fact that they went all the way with it, you know? This could have been really shitty very easily. And yet, it wasn't.
Oh, I'm winning my battle. My enemy has a broken supply line, but I'm lost.
Whoops. But that's just the thing. Gears of War was just surprisingly good, and I kinda liked it, you know? Especially when the 3rd game was, like, just really fucking depressing. It's like, yeah, so it was not a bad series. But again, my biggest problem is they made 2 entries. I guess for someone at the top, it didn't work out enough. Oops. You're going to the prequel mines because we have to mine that sweet, it has to be like the 1st game again. Similar story with Halo. They made Halo 4, which I thought was fine, actually. And then Halo 5 just tried to scrap all of that. And then Halo Infinite was just like, oops, we're just trying to look really hard like the 1st game again. Get that nostalgia, and then, you know, no one is talking or playing Infinite now. Except the people who are insisting it's not dead, which is like... Halo is not what it was anymore, people. Just accept the reality. And you know, and then they show Unreal Engine 5 renders that looks just so fucking bad. Okay, you know what? I saw this also in the post, but like, the thing that really struck me, okay, is how many people looked at those renders and were like, oh, this is how Halo looked like, you know, back in the days, this is how I imagined it. And as someone pointed out, no. Did you know that Halo 1 had a lot of purple? Like, a lot of purple, actually. Because, you know, you were on an alien construct. It all felt alien. But I guess standard Unreal Engine 5 lighting is how Halo looked like back in the day. Maybe I misremember that. I just saw the picture and I was like, yep, that was actually Halo back in the day. I don't know. Maybe I am stupid. And everyone else remembers it, and it always looked like Unreal Engine 5 basic lighting renders. Oh well. Yeah, another thing that I find really interesting is the fact that I mean, on that note, I kind of want to. I would probably just be like, I think it's more interesting to think about the fact how later titles influenced how people think about the series, because when I thought about it, was there actually a game in Halo that ever looked similarly to what these people say Halo 1 looked like? You know, aside from the kind of botched PC port by Gearbox, because, you know, most people didn't play that. And you know what? It was Halo fucking 3. Halo 3
best,
was the
the
one...
GOAT. And ODST. ODST was so good.
Reach. ODST was actually good. I would say Reach, ODST 3, but like... Yeah. I think this is probably the biggest thing where I'm like, you can clearly see when you look at Reach the problem with Microsoft. See, with Microsoft games, I would say. Like, this is why I say they never stop micromanaging their games, because else you wouldn't, you know, end up with those results. Because, first of all, 3 was a good game. I'm not shitting on 3 here. I like 3 myself, just to do it for the record, okay? I think Halo 3 is good. It's fun. I think even Agonia played Halo 3 co-op and can attest that it's fun, I would say, right?
Yeah, Halo's
Okay,
fine.
again, I guess aside from... You agree?
Halo 3 is fun. Like
yeah.
Personally, my rankings, and I know that like basically 98% of the Halo community will crucify me for this for various reasons. My personal rankings: Halo 2, 1, 3, 4, ODST, Reach. I've never played 5.
Really? Reach that low?
I hate Reach.
Reach is amazing.
I really hate Reach. I really hate Reach.
Reach is amazing. It's just the best atmosphere of any title. It's just so depressing.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's okay, but like so much about it, I just hate it so much in so many ways for so many reasons.
Oh well, but like
it's only $10 in Steam.
I mean, maybe we should make a co-playthrough of all of Halo Reach one day, just 4 people.
Or maybe we
Coalition
should.
of Innocence. Coalition. United States. What?
Okay, that is the power block title of all time.
I mean, they're not the Confederates, so...
Yeah, it's
no, those are the Confederated Sovereigns of America.
Oh god, I don't know what is happening, but recently they just have like...
No, it's just the United States.
It really is just... And they're a religious convocation!
Is this fucking...
You know, the recent playthroughs, the USA has just the most banger names. It's just...
President Archibald Ligon. I have better literacy than they do.
Oh god.
I have better standard of living than they do.
He's Dixie. Oh boy. Oh,
and he's an the president's an ethno-nationalist.
Innocent, you say?
Totally. Okay. But yeah, one thing I want to point out is that if I look back, the only Halo title with, you know, somewhat, you know, more realistic lighting rendering that could come close was Halo 3. Because back then, they tried that because they wanted to emphasize, you know, the good lighting of the Xbox 360 with, you know, I mean, that's why it started out in the jungle. Like, the first Earth missions feel like this is what they wanted to make, and then they realized, oh, we have to go back to the Halo. So the Ark and the Halo, yeah, they look kinda like with normal lighting, and I feel like everyone misremembers Halo 3 as how Halo looked. And even then, I would say they misremember Halo 3. Because if you remember, one of the big things I really like about the first opening of Halo is that you not only fight, your way through, through Africa, you also fight over a whole day. With each mission, the time advances and the lighting changes. It starts out with, in the morning, in the jungle with, a low sun breaking through the sunlight like intense, and it goes to midday and, changes downwards. And with every mission, the lighting changes until, the flood arrives and it's evening, it's dusk, it's a red lighting because, the red sun of the, it just illuminates it like blood. It's like
the red sun over paradise.
Yeah, the red sun over paradise. Fuck it. No, it's like because the evening sun illuminates everything blood red. As the flood arrives, which is just a fantastic level in terms of mood. And they do similar things, I'd say, on the Ark. But yeah. But I feel like the few parts where they had more like standard lighting apparently burned into everyone's brain as this is how Halo looks. And you know what I hate about that? It really disregards what Bungie actually tried to achieve with Halo back in the day, especially on an aesthetic level. Because here's the thing. With every Halo title, they tried something new. At least the 4 ones they did. Halo 1 basically had like a lot of, a violet tint. They had like it had a very alien atmosphere. Like this was not a real place you're in. Like, yes, it has nature and shit, like, but it was there to have like an artificial feeling. Now we get to Halo 2, but again, Halo 3 was like, we can make lighting now relatively realistic. Relatively, so they, played around with times of day, angles at which light shines, etc. And Halo Reach was very much going all in on the, it basically gets darker and grayer the longer you go and the more desperate everything gets, Like, Reach actively darkens and gets, more washed out, the more, the more the mood actually dips in the whole, across the whole planet. Except in the last entry shot where it's just bright again, because, the planet recovers. It's good again. Again, the art team cooked hard. Also, ODST, it was actually really dark. They used a lot of dark stuff there. And here we come back to 2, because 2 is the one that looks, flat and washed out, because... Spoiler, Halo 2 was supposed to look like Doom 3.
Yeah, I remember the whole thing with their I didn't see it at the time, but I remember seeing things about how they had the experimental lighting engine and they showed it off as a tech demo, and then they turned out actually wasn't it that the Xbox physically couldn't handle the requirements, and so they had to like put it back, like remove all the lighting engine.
That's it. I think you can basically trick it in like one area of the game to maybe see how it could have looked like, but yeah, the idea was that they saw stencil shadows in Doom 3 tech demo and wanted to do it themselves because they really like this harsh light, like these harsh shadows, and so everything was designed around stencil shadows. But again, the original Xbox couldn't do it, and this is why I want to point out. Every single Halo installment from Bungie tried something unique with lighting. Even if you don't recognize it on first playthrough, it was there. They always did something with the technology to, make each entry feel unique. And now we're coming back to the whole, 343 Industry rebrands as Halo Studios and shows off, oh, we're going to Unreal Engine, and it's Master Chief in, basically something that looks like the original armor with Unreal Engine 5 standard lighting. I don't know, but for me that is kind of an artistic insult. Especially to a series that was dedicated to, actually really playing around with technology of the time, as even though one fell completely through because it was kind of blocked. It feels just so creatively bankrupt that they keep being like, oh, the next Halo will look like the first again, and have, the same Montana-like valleys, and it's not the same because it's not that. It's just the most washed-out brand version. There's no imagination. There's no Halo gave fucking up with Infinite. They did. Infinite was just there to say, we are making it like the old games again, with some, oh, it's now open world, I guess, and look how no one talked about it after it launched. It's just, it's just not there anymore to make any creative expression. It's there to please a certain fan base they imagine online. So that's my rant on Halo. What was the point again?
I don't know.
Oh yeah. People actually are really fucking nostalgic for PlayStation 3 series. I don't know if, you could revive a PlayStation 3 series and be like, it's a big success. Like, as much as I would love to see remasters and ports of, Killzone 2 and 3 and the Resistance series to PC maybe and stuff, because I would play them, I can see how they would probably not fare that well. Holy shit, that one shitpost movie a few days ago really showed how much people want MotorStorm back. Like, I saw that myself. When I post about MotorStorm, there are a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, MotorStorm. And I'm like, yeah, MotorStorm. Remember MotorStorm? That was cool. And it's dead now. Like, what the fuck? Okay, actually, the action car game is just in general dead, That's actually kind of a shame. I mean, yeah, it is pretty much dead. Like, every game is like every. Okay, here's the thing. I like Gran Turismo, okay? I have 7 here. I played it. I like Gran Turismo because Gran Turismo is just like an absolute uncompromising, simulation. I like that kind of game. But holy shit, so many games are just fucking Forza Horizons or Forza Horizons Lite nowadays, and it just, why? Why?
I have 5 times, over 50%, and not once got progress on laissez-faire.
Poor girl, you just want to have unfeathered capitalism.
Yes. In this game, yes.
In this game.
What else am I supposed to do, huh?
Yeah. But yeah, I think this is actually the interesting part that, yes, Microsoft keeps, bringing back their own franchises to a degree, but they just don't have, they really do not have the same response anymore as, you you bring up some random Sony franchise and people just are like, oh yeah, they should just make the most out of it again. Like, it's wild, right? It's a bit wild how stark the difference is there, even though, you know, again, especially with MotorStorm, people are starved. Like, when did the last MotorStorm came out?
Yeah, but remember, Sony doesn't have any original IP.
I think they probably more have a problem with, it's over. Oh,
I mean,
fuck.
Lego Horizon Dawn. I mean, I like Horizon, but
They
Lego?
have them, but like,
Well, that's just the Lego
It was
games.
just
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, it's better that it exists than nothing exists.
true, I guess.
And you have Zero Dawn and General Horizon, so it's not like the Lego games are distracted, like putting value.
But I guess it's kind of like, could they not have done something else? Maybe Lego? It feels like they're kind of putting everything on Horizon to be their main IP.
Horizon is
mean-
definitely one of the bigger ones, but I would actually assume
Maybe
with
not-
Sony
maybe not,
that the Lego team just
only
wanted to
on,
do
but,
Horizon for some reason.
probably. I mean, also,
That's my
I'd
guess.
say there's probably also more to do with the fact that Guerrilla Games has a, you know, consistent output. I mean, they also have God of War, which is currently...
true.
Also, Persia is more fucked now.
God damn it, what happened? What?
Well, remember the whole Herat attacking Persia, and
Yes.
then Great Britain helped Persia.
Done.
Great Britain helped Persia, but Russia helped Herat, and they won apparently.
What the hell is this? This is such an part of this.
So which of the 7 Persias are you from? Actually, Flawless Bumper has... No.
Let's just look.
Bumper does not have sulfur, otherwise I would have invaded Herat.
Can't they have a defensive pact with Russia?
Oh boy, yeah. You know what? I kind of realized what happened.
Huh?
See, here's the thing. MotorStorm sold apparently pretty well to a degree, but and I can generally say MotorStorm was a good you know, it was a good franchise, but I mean, this is probably more the thing with Sony. Like, they had a lot of studios, but I mean, a lot of studios closed because their games kind of underperformed to a degree. Yeah, so, MotorStorm. The first MotorStorm sold 3 million copies when it came out. That's respectable, right? Then MotorStorm Pacific Rift came out. The one where everyone said this one, well, a lot of people say this one was the best. I actually kind of like Arctic Edge a bit more, but that's me. Yeah, Pacific Rift was basically everything MotorStorm was, but better. You know, it even had 4 player split screen. That's great, right? It sold 1 million units. Like, and Arctic Edge, you know, the PSP, PS2 title, also just roughly 1 million units, mostly in Europe. North America, basically nothing. Which is like... yeah. And Apocalypse sold not even 1 million units. I mean, yeah, it was, you know, they kind of made a whole thing about, it being, you know, you're in a city that is getting destroyed by an earthquake and a lot of other shit while you race through it. Impressive game, and it's fun. But, like, they were on a downwards trend, and there was, you know, the whole Tohoku earthquake, if you remember that. yeah. But yeah, I'm not. They just sold like 500,000 copies around that. I can totally see why they made Drive Club afterwards. And apparently, you know, the 4.9 million of Drive Club were not, but just like they had Studio Bleed. Like, yeah, that's. I can see why they never did a MotorStorm again, even though I can say probably now. You know what the You know what the sad part is? I think MotorStorm is probably nowadays would probably be more popular because, you know, first of all, a lot more a lot more people are first of all actually seeing the game. No, and also the market is way less crowded. Like, that's a big thing if you think about it. Wow. I mean, yeah, the market is, you know, less flooded with stuff. Especially back when, you know, they made Apocalypse, you know, you had Split Second, you had, like, a bunch of, you know, action racers, but they all kind of undersold. Like in early 2010s, the Brits, like British racing studios, just had like something with, you know, the arcade Complete Bonkers Racer, right? I just call it the Complete Bonkers Racer because that's the best description I have. But that's depressing. Like, like you look at, you know, the response to people seeing MotorStorm Apocalypse footage and being like, oh yeah, that was cool. We want that again. And then you look how bad it sold and you're like, yeah. No wonder the studio's gone now. It sucks.
Oh, my sick empire is helping the British Raj revolt against the British.
Okay. You go, Anglo-Indian aristocratic revolt. You go.
They get help by my subject.
That is good. That is good. Go your subject.
I don't know. I think they will lose badly.
I hope they win though. Would be funny. Yeah, it's kind of depressing to sometimes just look at sales numbers and you're like, that's why the series went away. Yeah, because, you know, people are like, why didn't they make like a new MotorStorm on the PS4 and like, why did they make Drive Club instead? And like, oh, that's why.
That's usually why.
It kind of makes sense. I just didn't expect it to be this bad, you know? What the fuck was going on in 2011 that people didn't buy racing games?
I don't know. Financial crisis?
It was 2011. MotorStorm came out, you know, in 2008 or so, like the first one, and that sold 3 million.
Financial crisis?
Again, the first one sold 3 million.
I don't know. What happened in 2011? Obama was running for president?
That was also 2008.
Oh, that's about... No, I mean, it was again for a second time.
Let's blame it on 9/11.
Yeah, it's
Do
not...
we really want to blame it on 9/11?
Yeah, why not?
The
What
Americans
about 11/9? the real date, top date. Because some random people put their dates and months in the wrong order, which is really fucking weird.
Yeah.
Oh, now that I'm down to 45%, laissez-faire gets progress. Actually. So can someone tell me why my generals on defensive still participate in landing attacks? It's weird.
I have an industrialist revolution in Pyongyang.
No?
Ah.
I just find it funny. Kinda want to make some tea now.
Yeah, you can.
Wait, you haven't had dinner yet?
Tea.
Tea.
It's
Oh my
later.
god.
Well, I mean, when the stream started, I was eating cereal, so I've had dinner.
Oh, cereals.
Yeah, with milk.
Oh.
Good to know.
Funny enough, I'm
Definitely-
making a change in my cereal choices. I've gone from bran flakes to what was it? It was like crunchy nut, I think. Because I did after like how many years? At least like 5 years. I've gotten a bit bored of bran flakes, so I was just like, oh, let's change it up. 5 years later. I don't know. I always stick with like the same cereal for like years at a time.
I ate them when I
Weird.
was little, but now, not anymore.
Yeah, we
What,
had
cereal
a,
or?
Cereals.
Yeah, we had a time where we ate some, but not eating.
I mean, a
Then
lot of
not
it is
anymore.
expensive.
That as well.
And you can just eat egg.
Yeah.
I don't like eggs.
For actually,
Yeah, I know. For you, they smell like sulfur, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I remember that. We had a conversation about that one.
Yeah, and they like
Must be terrible.
a lot. Like eggs are a lot more nutritious than cereals.
Eggs are good.
Good cereal because crunch.
It's not that I dislike
so-
cereal.
so-
It's just,
Crunch.
So does egg if you roast it long enough, or if you don't peel it.
The French want neige. motherfuckers want Nijit. Oh. Fuck off, France. I don't like you. What do you want?
Yes, friends, French, free me, please.
They want to liberate Xingtang, and they want that one part of ex-Burma back.
It is always said the French.
Oh.
Liberate Xingtang. Oh. They're everywhere. Fucking French. Go away. I want something from the French. No, not really. Or the Britain wants to help, but only if they get Ziam. Fuck you, Britain. I need to finish my war with
Sorry.
my war with Brazil.
Oh yeah, have you guys been watching Dandadan?
Well, the first episode.
So, well, what did you think?
It's old stuff again, so great because that wasn't made in a long while.
Yeah. It's the classic, paranormal adventure series, and like, yeah, we didn't have a paranormal adventure series like in a long time. Like, yeah, cool, I'm done with that. We need more of those.
It's just
Especially
it's
since the
solid.
last-
It's a solid show.
Yeah, especially since the last entry was Ghost Stories, and that had a dub. It was certainly a dub.
It was one, yes.
I haven't watched it, so I can't comment on it.
You don't want to watch it. Maybe you should in private for historical context of what people got away with.
It's a giant meme.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Like a funny one, or
Imagine the dub people were so pissed off that they made their own story, and every character is a piece of shit.
the biggest piece of shit imaginable. Except the small child who just cries and says incoherent shit, and then everyone gets so pissed off they throw slurs around. It's the R slur.
There are lots of things. I think one of there's an episode. I will spoil that. I think. Am I allowed to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's one episode about a possessed rabbit, basically. And they have in a double plot about how this one girl loves the rabbit. And then they have the lines, just so you know, in case you want to watch it, what you're getting into. She says, "We can't together, not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black." That's the kind of shit they did.
Oh god.
It's
Okay, you know what? It's actually kind of funny because, you know, you're like, oh yeah, you know what? She because according to the plot, she wants to fuck a rabbit, but then she's like, nope, we're just going into worse territory, actually.
yeah. It's totally
It's-
fuck.
From what I heard, like people describe it as so bad it's good. Like it is
Kinda.
just
Like,
so
if you just
completely off the wall that it's like
if you just hear the line, it's obviously terrible, yeah, because they're terrible characters, but it's dubbed in such a way that you're like, what the fuck is going on?
I mean, it is just like it hits you with really, really crass humor because again, everyone is an asshole, but then you really have some funny lines. Like one of the girls is just like hardcore Christian, like Jesus, you can only win if you let Jesus into your heart, and like, and then they made
Another
like
character is Jewish, and so they hate each other, obviously.
yeah, because you know,
I know.
oh god.
So it's a little bit like Konosuba, a little bit like that.
No. Konosuba is like actually written to be. This one is
To
just
be like normally funny, this is like, what if a paranormal show had absolute weird characters in like a negative sense?
I mean, I think from what I know, what happened was that they basically got the video footage and what were told, dub it, and they're like, "What's the script?" And they're like, "Fuck you, dub it." And they're like, "Okay, you know what? Fuck you, we dub it." And so they dubbed.
basically it's a full length abridged series.
It is, yes, but it's not even a bridge. It's just
Technically, but
Yeah,
it's
like-
officially a
Yeah,
bridge.
but like what I mean is that's what you see with a lot of the worse abridged series, especially, is they also just go for like the crass humor and
Okay,
stuff like
that's
that.
fair.
yeah. But also
they make
you could say
they make all the characters terrible people, and there are some really good abridged here. Like I will defend SAO abridged as being better than SAO, which obviously
I mean-
isn't hard, but like there are good ones. But I've also seen some that are just like the whole joke is, you know, the like everybody's an asshole and people
Yeah.
are just like the worst kind of people.
I mean, the best parody of that is still Naruto abridged, when Naruto has lung cancer.
Yes, they made an abridged series about abridged series. That's something you have to get.
Naruto abridged is so bad, but it's like it is like a laser focused parody of bad abridged series because because it also, the thing is, Little Kuribo made Yu-Gi-Oh abridged, then everyone copied him, and so he made Naruto abridged in response to those copies because they suck. So he made one that sucks. And then he later just referenced it a few times as like, there's a Naruto abridged fandom. Are they still there? And sorry to say, we are kind of part of the Naruto abridged fandom. It is actually kind of, it is legit funny. Okay, it is so stupid. It's funny.
I might give it a try sometime. I've never watched like Naruto. Never really been my thing, but I might watch Naruto abridged. It sounds like.
I mean, the
funny.
thing about why I think SAO Online works is the fact that the problem with a bridged series is that you need something to riff on. Like if you try to riff on a good series, you usually just either make everyone an asshole, or I'm just gonna say it, come off as very fucking ignorant. Because usually people, you need to be very ignorant to even make shit up. While, for example, if you look at Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially the 4-Kid stuff, there's just a lot of bad stuff in there, or just, it's a bit weird, and you can actually make fun of that. Like, for example, yeah, there is definitely a certain amount of homoeroticism going on that, never gets addressed. So, like, yeah, you can just make Bakura and Marek just be, like, fruity because they were kind of in the show. You just can make it a bit more explicit, and that's actually kind of funny because, like, yeah, they kind of were fruity. It's just a thing.
People ship them anyway.
That was just kind of obvious. But, like, the thing is, a bunch of stuff about Yu-Gi-Oh! Also work because, for example, again, everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! Works off the idea of, you solve every problem with a children's card game. That is just inherently a funny premise to just point out, like, hey, the whole logic of that world is weird. And then when you throw in people like Kaiba, who's just a weirdly obsessive rich guy with an insanely complicated backstory, you just have a lot of fun stuff, you know? But, and similarly, SAO is a show where you can say, yes, a lot of that show is just bad and inconsistent and just
makes no sense.
Doesn't make sense, you know. Yeah. Besides the good parts, because I can definitely acknowledge the fact that, for example, the fact that SAO actually had a core relationship, never daddled around the whole will they, won't they. They just were together and actually committed. Is like, yeah, that's still rare today. Back then, it was even more rare. It's just like, if anything, they started a trend that more shows were like, maybe we should just don't do this whole triangle bullshit. And like, thank you for that, I guess, SAO. That was probably the best contribution they ever made. The rest will spawn a whole lot of very insufferable plots, and everyone wanted to adapt light novels. So I guess burn in hell. No, like, yeah, there is stuff you can poke fun at, because, you know, you need to either have a weird premise or just be like, you know, either weird premise or, you know, plot holes and such that you can actually poke fun at, because that's what works. But if you then, you know, take... But if you, you know, try to make it as, like, a more good and coherent series, you just, like... Well, you just kind of end up mostly being you know, a condescending asshole, usually. That's why most of them are bad, because a lot of people wanted to make a bridge series without understanding their own, you know, story. Like, honestly, that's also a problem, I would say, with Naruto. I think the thing is, in later parts, there's a lot of stuff you could poke fun of, or, you know, just, you know, for example, just have characters overthink a lot of plot points in the story. My revolution just changed areas.
Well,
they just literally moved from from North Korea to South Korea. What is happening? Just what? They're easier to kill now. If everything goes south, but I don't think that will. But like, for example, but the problem is, for Naruto that's mostly Shippuden, because yes, Kishimoto retconned a lot of stuff. I don't think the retcons are as bad as some people try to make them out to be, but like...
And sometimes they try to find retcons where they even not
where
technically
they aren't?
are any.
It's much funnier when people, you know, actually point out there's a big plot inconsistency, and you're like, what is it? And they're like, hey, remember how many ninjas are there, like, in the Great Ninja Army in the final battle? And they're like, yeah. So, like, okay, this is such and such many ninjas, yes. And if you distribute them to, like, all the villages, and, you know, maybe say, you know, the samurai were a lot less, like, okay. This and that, yeah, then each village would have, like, I think a few 10,000 ninjas that they needed to contribute or something.
15,000.
15,000.
Roughly.
50. But when you then scroll back and be like, so every, the class of Naruto's, age was 9 people.
9 people graduated.
9 people graduated. If that is the average amount of students graduating ninja school, they would need thousands of years to reach that amount.
Yeah, but
So, like,
then we know there was a ninja.
Our ninja's immortal.
But then we know there was a bigger ninja war earlier. So maybe the actual requirements to graduate became larger. That could also be.
Let me point something out. Here. Even then, we have some points here, because, like, the ninja schools were actually there to, you know, if you know from the background, the ninja schools were a thing they implemented to actually prevent children dying on the front line. And when the war came, they still shoveled a lot of children to the front line. That is like
Yeah, but we know there was a war, so obviously there were probably lots of people being conscripted.
Yes, but also not.
I'm riffing now, Naruto bitch. We have ninja prostitutes.
I mean, that's not wrong.
It's like everybody's a fucking ninja.
I wanted to make a very bad
Literally,
joke
in the case of
now,
ninja
but I should.
prostitutes.
I wanted to make a really bad joke right now, but I shouldn't probably.
Yeah.
But like, one of the big things is that, but also, so many people died during that fucking war.
I don't know.
Like, I'm just going to point this out.
How many of them are just brought back with the forbidden jutsu and use makeup? How many of the ninjas are actually dead?
That I don't think is actually the
I mean, you know how forbidden jutsus are. They're forbidden, but everyone uses them anyway.
I guess.
No technique is so forbidden that that like
I mean-
everybody isn't using it.
I mean, there are reasons why they're forbidden. Some are more sensible than others.
Honestly, I kind of hate the fact that people are like the thing with Madara at the end was an ass pull, and like, I mean, it's a retcon, but like,
Makes sense.
it's a good one. Like the whole hey, not out to think, hey, Youngo, do you know why people never use this technique? And like, why? Because if you know the technique, it's super easy to just undo it yourself, and then you're just free from the controller, and you just essentially made an immortal being. If it's not sealed away or in every other way destroyed, you're like, oh yeah, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. That people were like, oh yeah, that's a good reason to forbid this fucking jutsu because it's just inherently so dangerous. Which is like, again, this is the thing where people are like, oh, it's a retcon, but like in my opinion, a good one because it's a good addition to the whole. Yep, someone just eats the consequences of their own folly or something. I'm not good with sayings.
No, you're not.
Still, that's just one part where I'm like, yeah, I'd say that you can poke fun at a bunch of stuff at Naruto. Again, for example, with the ninja statistics just don't really make that much sense, especially if you think about the fact that apparently the third ninja war was so bad it depopulated areas. Like, that's what I wanted to get at, by the way. The third war was apparently so bad it depopulated areas.
And you know what happens after the war?
I guess they fucked a lot?
Yes!
But it still takes 9 months and then at least a few decades to fill
Ninja
them out.
breeding facilities.
Yeah, it depends on what jutsu you use. Like if you use the instant birth jutsu, then
You know what? You just made myself pop into mind how Naruto is with Hinata and then screams pregnant no jutsu.
Impregnate.
Anyway,
ninjas.
enjoy that curse.
yeah, the
Honestly, I'm actually kind of happy that at least it was
Rapid-
confirmed they did fuck.
Yeah.
Also, holy shit, it is.
Or hyper pregnancy no jutsu.
Amazing. Amazing.
Like I've said before, I love inflicting psychic damage on my friends.
Yeah. But that's
It
where you
was
say
super
you can
effective.
you can actually make some good jokes about Naruto. It's just the problem is the beginning of Naruto is pretty well written. You can't really poke that much fun at it, Like I can't find holes. This is why I would say an abridged series of Naruto is kind of a folly because yes, you could make fun at the later parts, but the earlier parts are good. And you just make yourself an asshole. You don't have even an inherently dumb premise like, immortal vampire fights Nazis. Hello, Helsing.
I love Hellsing. I rewatched Hellsing Ultimate Bridged recently.
Yeah.
It's quite good.
Yeah,
Bitches
I
love
talked about it
cannons.
on a stream a couple of weeks ago. Yes, bitches love cannons.
Yeah.
Bitches love cannons.
There were some parts where they kind of edged on the we're against social justice warrior thing, but they never get too far into it, so it's fine.
I mean, honestly, they definitely also had definitely a change in their own mindset around that time because
Yeah. And they got jobs. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think because it's been going on for so long, you can really sort of see like there's a bit more of the early 2010s internet edginess at the start. Like there's like they dropped the R word twice in the first couple of episodes, and then you had the Rip Van Winkle with the SJW parody, but they also
they stopped that.
Like I think they also never really went against the whole idea behind social justice. Like they poked fun at the supposed social justice warriors, but they never railed against social justice as the idea. Which
but the problem is that if you try to poke that fun, you kind of already engaging with a straw man. So
exactly. There is that. Yeah, like they did mellow out by the end.
Yeah, that's why I said they grazed it. And that's
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's sort of the funniest bit they ever did is the fact that they actually gave him hey Vicky Amaru! Hello Livingston, hello Zeb, holy shit, people coming. I have not actually read the Death Diary. I can do that in a second actually. Like I think the best part is they actually gave them they made how's it called? They made Twitter accounts. And one of the best thing is that he had one called the Crimson Fucker, and then on a fateful day in 2014, he posted the absolute all-time banger. Wow, I've never seen that many Brazilians getting murdered since you know when. Since you remember what happened in 2014.
Yeah.
That was just so good. That's again all-time banger. It's just really funny. Okay, for context, everyone, there was a World Cup in Brazil in 2014.
No context.
And Brazil lost 7-1 against Germany in the semifinals. AKA, basically, it just kind of destroyed like the whole morale of the country because like. There were reports later because like a lot of German reporters just went out and asked people like in the favelas and such, and they were like we were the country of football, what the fuck are we now? Because for them it was like holy shit, like, because again losing in a World Cup, one thing, losing 7-1 against Germany is like, yes, the Germans are good, but like that is every game that goes over 3 goals in a World Cup, it feels like, well, either you're a small country with some luck, or what the fuck happened. 7-1 was embarrassing. So yeah.
I remember in like it must have been a couple of years later then at New Year's I saw an image. I saw it saved somewhere in my funny images folder, which is way too big, so I can't dig it up right now. That was like. Happy New Year, 2-0, Brazilian flag, German flag.
Oh, God. Yeah, I get it. But, like, I think the funniest bit about that is still that, how's it called? Yeah, they just lost. But also the funniest aftermath of that is that, because then Brazil actually went and they had to search, like, no shit. They had a search in, German national team merchandise. And you know why? Because you're like, wait, why did the Brazilians start buying Germany merch en masse after got totally destroyed by the Germans? That sounds a bit weird. Because they realized one thing, Germany is going to fight Argentina in the finals. They were like, yeah, you know what, fuck it. We may lost to Germany hard, but we really do not want to see Argentina win. So basically, half the stadium at the finals were Brazilian fans just going, Germany, don't let Argentina win. Show it to those fuckers.
I guess the ABC rivalry is going strong as ever.
Yeah, honestly, I respect it. I respect them just being like, you know what, we may have lost horribly, But fuck Argentina. And you know what? Yeah, I guess it worked out for them. Argentina did lose. I have no idea what Laws Plus is, and I do not know because I rarely mod my games. Because I don't know how to undo it then. And
well, you do know how to undo it, especially on Steam, but
it's just
with the Paradox launcher, it's also easy to make, because the real nice thing about the Paradox launcher, like one of the handful of good things, it lets you make separate play sets that each have their own like list of mods, so you can with real easy just switch between different places. Yeah, like I have right now I'm playing with no mods, but I also have a vanilla playset that just has a couple music mods and like country flag mods with no mechanical changes. But that is incompatible with playing vanilla, strangely enough. I guess because some of the flag changes. So like I can't use that here for multiplayer. I don't actually have a lot of mechanical. I used to have a bunch of mechanical mods, but they're out of date. So like that's with Stellaris as well. I have one that just has music that I can play multiplayer with vanilla, and then I have a couple I have heavily modded version that I play with the Giga structures, and I have I think I have one that I haven't played with yet. I have some of total conversions, so that makes it real easy to switch. It's very convenient.
By the way, for everyone new, the funniest shit happened. So we still have the Confederate Sovereigns of America now. So good name, but the United States of America made the power block, the Coalition of Innocents. It's a fucking religious convocation.
The French have now lost 152k people on the shores of Indonesia.
What?
That's what I said.
Yeah, can you please repeat it?
The French have lost 150k people on the shores of Indonesia.
Good. Who rules the King Jury Waller, their constitutional monarchy?
What's even funnier, what I just noticed with the Coalition of Innocents, they only have the one member, the America. Yeah. They are still fractured because they don't have the evangelicals in government anymore.
Oh God, what happened here?
And the president, this is Archibald Liger. This is the same president as the one who founded it, who is himself rural folk, so not actually from the devout, and his government consists of the petit bourgeois, the rural folk, and the intelligentsia. So,
wonderful clusterfuck! This is amazing. Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, the United States also conquered Rio Grande from Mexico before the Civil War, and because it's not part of standard. Yeah, because it's not part of standard American territory, they still have it. They also still have DC, despite the fact that it is surrounded on all sides by the Confederates, because the Confederates have like Virginia and Maryland. Oh, and I just noticed the U.S. hasn't, like, the Great Sioux Nation in the middle of the U.S. They stopped colonizing. They haven't colonized that in like decades.
Oh, at least they're free. At least.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
They're probably not doing very well. But, yeah.
What a clusterfuck! Holy shit.
Yeah.
I am in awe.
That's not bad. That's better than a lot of countries.
I mean, I'm at 14.
3% literacy, though. Flag.
Good flag.
I agree.
Yes.
Mina, have you played much with Millennium Dawn on Hearts of Iron?
No, not in years.
Oh, they've updated it massively. It's so good now.
Yeah,
like, it's actually playable.
Yeah.
I stand by that I stand by that Maryland should not rise up with the rest of Dixie in the Civil War. They were way too indecisive and had very little to gain from supporting slavery. Yeah, yeah, fair. That is something they should. Also, Indonesia, what are you doing? Are you caught in some forever wars? Yeah, you're caught in some forever wars.
I'm just fighting the French until they fuck off. I'm killing lots of French people.
Good.
They wanted shit, but to do that they actually need to land on mainland Indonesia. So they can't do shit.
Someone just put the speed up to 5. Put it back.
Yeah. I don't. You need to guess who permanently fidgets with.
I know. It's just like
it doesn't work, and you just
so
kill my
slow.
PC. So if my hardware goes boom, you buy me a new one.
I can give you my old one.
Only
You just have to come to the UK.
Only if it goes.
That way you can avoid the import taxes. Because you remember that whole thing where you got that present from that streamer? That's what you won a competition, and the board of people came to your door like, you need to pay tax on that or something like that.
Oh, that reminds me. You mean the thing? Yeah, that was that sucked. But like, Brexit. Hello.
Yeah.
It came from. It came.
Like,
Brexit.
I am a little bit interested in seeing Millennium Dawn, seeing how that works. But if I want to play Millennium Dawn, the problem is I would have to play Heart of Iron 4, and Heart of Iron 4 is dog shit.
Oh yeah, can we just talk about the
current Paradox game?
It has probably the most jarring discrepancy between the systems they want you to play with and the actual gameplay, in the sense that you have, if you do not already know verbatim what to do as a strategy, you have to pause a lot to be efficient.
Yeah. Also, can I just
well,
say
Millennium
one thing?
Dawn's quite different to that, to be honest, though.
Can I say one thing? It's kind of funny how Paradox is like, yeah, we have a constant problem with, fascists and Nazis in our community. We don't know what to do. Also, Paradox names their next Heart of Iron 4 expansions Götterdämmerung. You're not doing yourself any favors here.
To be somewhat fair, in both Heart of Iron 2 and 3, they had like the different start. Like one of the start dates was always called Götterdämmerung at the in the end of the war. So it's a term that has been floating around in the series for a while. But yeah,
I mean it is one of those like you deal with the Nazis and like, you make some Pulp Fiction that comes up like it's just like your big expansion pass called that like. Really, it's just how it looks.
I was talking about Hoi 4 with some people in another server, and like one thing that was said was like, Hoi 4, the systems like they work pretty well if you're modeling World War One. They don't really work for World War II, but like they are like they work much better for World War One.
That's definitely a thing. I can see that. I can see that.
And like it is. Honestly, I mean, think with Hoi 4, I've always been sort of I've always found it questionable. Like even before it came out, back in like 2015, 2016, I read some of the dev diaries. The dev diary where they introduced peace conferences, I read that, and even from the dev diary, I immediately knew this system is bad. It is a disaster. Like I don't know who.
Peace
I don't know who designed it.
In and of itself, is probably the best system this game has.
With Peace Conference, I saw that there was a screenshot in the dev diary where Yugoslavia took some random province in like southern Poland, and I'm like, I saw that, and I'm like,
it's like one thing you have to learn.
This is going to be a disaster. This is going to be an absolute disaster.
Understood that yet? They are not historical in any way. They just use historical background. They're not there to actually simulate historical things.
I know, but like that's fine. Like I've been playing Paradox games for like 15 years now.
But
it's not that. But
the point. The point is there.
No, but like the point is they have a province that they don't even have any access to. Like it completely on the other side of Czechoslovakia. Like it is.
You could do that even in real life. It was stupid, but you could do it.
Yeah, but like it would be more sensible if they took shit.
All right, no, I'll stop.
That's true. that's true. It would be more sensible, but it doesn't mean a country does the sensible thing.
I mean, I think
I wouldn't expect that, especially from Yugoslavia around that time.
The Allies did it with Berlin. I mean, the thing is that fair point, I guess. The thing is, what I would say is that they have some good mechanics. Let's just put it like this. I'd say Hearts of Iron 4 has some good mechanics.
I mean, you can do the same thing here, by the way, in Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would even say the whole... Actually, I would say, like, the Peace Conference thing should be something that should come later in a Victoria playthrough, because that's the thing. Every time I look at the mechanic of Hearts of Iron 4, I think, like, whoa, would that be good in Victoria 3?
Yeah, that thing, yeah, that's the one. That's what I'm saying. That's the one thing where Hearts of Iron is probably the best in the series. In the Paradox games, generally.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. They just kind of focus a lot on the, combat side. But the problem is the whole.
Also, Lena, you don't need to stop talking. You can argue. I don't mind that. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, then.
I'm just kind of tired. I'm just kind of tired.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, in general, I don't mind a bit of conflict. That's.
Yeah.
That's normal. Like, it's a friendly thing to do to actually argue your own point. Otherwise,
Yeah.
why are you believing it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Why do you think the Peace Conference part is actually bad? Because, like, right now it just sounds like an AI problem.
What, in Hearts of Iron or
Yeah, in Hearts of Iron.
Victoria?
It's why I wanted to ask, because the thing is more like, you say the system is bad, okay, but like, your point was, the AI took something from an area that doesn't make sense for them. Like, that sounds more like an AI problem. Is what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, the game is, though, very old, and AI is pretty stupid, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, no, it's more like, what is about the system that you say is bad?
Yeah, I'm interested as well. Maybe I'm overlooking something.
Yeah.
Peace Conference and Hearts of Iron 4
it is.
launch? Oh.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, it. I get what they were trying to do. The problem is the implementation. Like, to this day, one of the most popular mods is, like I said, it's kind of an AI problem. Like, one of the most popular mods is player-led peace conferences, because it just lets you bypass the entire like gamification of the peace conferences.
You don't say anything. You go so abstract. You're not saying anything.
Yeah, it's like, what is the mechanical problem?
The mechanical problem is it's it works very well for multiplayer if you're dealing with other people, because you can actually have a conference. But with the AI, you get these like.
So there isn't
It is far.
So there isn't a problem with the systems. It's just with the AI using it.
It's problem with implementation. Like, they have reworked it at least once. And it's like it's not, like I said, I get the fundamental idea of what they were trying to do. Like, because before you just had, you win a country, you win a war, you just annex the entire country. But it's so that they want to have actual multilateral, like splitting up a country, like what happened with the German occupation zone, like what happened with Poland. So that they don't have to prescript that the idea is good, but the way they did it with the whole point buy system and rounds of bidding, like, it is kind of it's even in the multiplayer setting, the way they implemented it initially, it would just slow things down tremendously.
I mean, we're not talking about initially, you know that, right? We're talking about the system as it is now.
Yeah, but I mean,
I haven't played in ages because Hoi 4 is the worst modern Paradox game, so I don't exactly how it works now. But like, it is.
Zep says the main problem they have is the main problems are the AI.
I would agree to that.
And how points are distributed. We're like, yeah, that definitely can be a problem.
That's true,
But
that's not.
Yeah.
But that's not a problem with the system. That's a problem with implementation, like Lena already said.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it is. I understand the fundamental idea. It's not a fundamentally flawed idea. It is just poorly designed.
I mean, honestly, the irony, I would say, is that if I think about the peace conference mechanic, one of the most logical things I would add, at least, is that actually the system we have in Wiki 3 right now, because, hey, you set out war goals, and if you get them or more, this adds to, you know, how much leverage you later would have to be like, I demand this now.
Yeah.
That would probably make it better.
Like you said, the whole system, if with some changes, would work better in Victoria 3. And there's also the fact that it is entirely post hoc. Like it is, you know, you fought the war is over, and then you get to the conference, where rather than, you know, you have your plans in advance, you have your claims in advance, you have your negotiation either in advance or during the war. You know, like the whole the Potsdam conference and whatever.
I would actually argue doing it after the war is mostly better, because you don't need to pause. But having influence over it before the war would obviously be way better.
Yeah, that's probably the big thing where I would even say, that's probably also a historical part, because let's just be real here. Most countries got carved up before war ended.
True.
Yeah.
The other problem with peace conferences is that it doesn't recognize occupation and separate ongoing wars well, which can mess up occupations. Yeah, okay, that definitely sounds like a problem. But yeah, that sounds like someone had a good idea for a system.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of fucked up the implementation.
Yeah, exactly. That's also what I'm saying. Like it is not fundamentally flawed. It is just poorly designed and poorly implemented.
You know what? That's just the thing, because in the beginning you said the system was just bad, but like, yeah, I get it. They definitely have a problem implementing shit in the Hearts of Iron 4, because a lot of times I look at the mechanic and like, this sounds good.
Most of the systems are like the whole build your own shit is also fine, but if you don't know already which stats to go for,
whoops.
You need to pause a lot, which just kills the pacing of the game. I know lots of people play more with like with lots of push pause on ×5 or similar things. But to be fair, it's just dog shit pacing.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think that's like how most people play. Like the majority of Paradox players play single player. But like there are so many things in Hearts of Iron 4 that I just hate, and I will say that they are bad systems that like badly designed. I think a lot of things, even the ones that I will actively shit on, are like the peace conferences, not fundamentally bad ideas, but just really poorly executed.
Yeah, I feel like
what you said with the.
I feel like Hearts of Iron 4 is definitely one of those games where like they have a lot of ideas, but they really just... I think it's probably the most Paradox game that is, you know, most comfortable with, the people will just pause, fuck you. Like, I think this is probably why I still like Wiki 3 so much, because you can play it in multiplayer, and it has a very natural flow doing that.
There are so many things here where, like, you know, you get a pop-up. There are a few during Law Annexments where, like, you have, like, a week to react. I've seen a handful of those, but for the most part, like, you have, like, 60 or 90 days to react. So, you can't just keep going and not pause. That's something that's very good.
I mean, I generally resolve them in, like, 3 days or something. I just need to click through them.
Yeah, exactly.
But I already know the events, so...
I mean, which is why people have been demanding a system for limited wars. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I know they kind of wanted to be like, oh, it just escalates into the World War, but like... Okay, you know what? The problem is, I think, with the whole idea that Hearts of Iron 4 always escalates into a World War, is the idea that the World War is the inevitable goal, while, I need to point out, the Nazis didn't prepare for World War. They actually thought this would be again, a local, drawn-out war in Europe. Not that
they thought they could either keep the British neutral or at first even just get them on their side. Like they thought that they could like, you know, just like kick Russia in the teeth and like just make friends with Britain and
And I mean, then a lot of stuff escalated because, for example, like you know, Hitler didn't expect to even, you know, win that much against France, like the whole French occupation is. Oh, that happened very fast. Oops. Which then led to basically Italy being like, oh shit, we need to actually do something ourselves fast, because I think this is also when people are like, why did Italy attack the Balkans? Back then, Italy was not a German puppet. It became one basically because, you know, everything that happened.
Only by the end of the war, really, yeah.
But the thing is, back in the day, Italy was seen as a great power in Europe. And the problem was that, well, Hitler just kind of steamrolled over France in a matter of a month. And suddenly, Mussolini stood there and was like, shit, we at least need to get some Balkan territory like Greece now, because else we will fall back, and that is not good. And
one of the big reasons why fascism was so big in Italy was because they were promised lots of land on the Balkan coast during World War One, and then they were on the winning side, and they didn't get that land. So that they had that was their decades old strategic objective. They wanted that land.
Yeah, and suddenly it was the Germans won, easily. Oh hey Mussolini, you now have to deliver, and that's why the whole shit show escalated, because. Yes, to a degree, because Germany won too hard in the beginning, it became a pissing contest. And then you also had the problem that, yes, there was the whole, North Africa front, but also they kind of had to commit to that as well, which, because, Britain was kind of confined to their island. They still steamrolled East Africa. Holy shit, did they steamroll East Africa? The fact is, Germany had some parts of North Africa, and they were like, we need to fucking defend this part and maybe take the Suez Canal, else we will have a problem. This is why the whole thing happened. And, this is also why, and then people are like, oh, but what if the Japanese? No, the Japanese needed oil. So where could they go? Do we attack Russia with what? Tanks? We barely have any tanks. Again, the Japanese tanks back in the day were good against, the infantries of China, because they were basically, Panzer I or Panzer II levels, which, again, good back then against some armies, but even the Germans built the Panzer III, and the Panzer III outclassed any Japanese tank by miles. So the Japanese were like, we need oil now, and we need rubber now. Where do we get it? What do we have the most? Naval. And the other ones took a lot of land right now, so maybe we just should attack the Philippines, which they did. And well, then the USA
and the Dutch East Indies.
Yeah. And the Dutch East Indies, the Philippines, and it took a whole lot of part here. And then they never finished getting, New Guinea. Because
I wish there was a way, if you can't get the war support down, that the peace acceptance, you could basically attack the peace acceptance in itself.
Then the US tried
how many French people do I need to kill that France is like, maybe we stop piling up bodies at the coast?
I don't know, France is very determined. But then the US joined North African Front, and with the arm and air became shooting Italians and Germans in the barrel. Not to mention, the Brits actually held the African Front really well. Churchill tanks were really good against the German tanks. Just saying, especially in the desert environment. Yes, Rommel was good. The Brits had more armor.
Not as good as his... Rommel was good. Not as good as people say he is, but he was good.
He was good.
He was also not as capital G good, because he was still happily fighting for Germany. He wasn't as much of an anti-Nazi as Rommel defenders like to claim he is.
Yeah, I mean, I would say as a strategic general, if Rommel had more resources, which the Germans just couldn't produce due to a lot of reasons, one being Operation Barbarossa, maybe he could have won, because again, he was outclassed by the British alone. And then the Americans came, and it was just like... Yeah, I'm just gonna say...
Even the Matilda, the only thing they could do against the Matilda was the Flak 88s, which are not exactly mobile.
Yep. And
that's why they put them on the Tigers.
Yeah. Again, they did formidable compared to what they had in Africa, but... Yeah, sorry. The thing is, World War II was won because of America. Sorry, M4 Sherman, that was just the best tank in the whole war. Sorry, Russians, your tanks actually kind of sucked ass. The best design was the Sherman. This one just goes to America. But what about...
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. You know how superior the American army was to literally every other army in the war? first of all, everyone had semi-automatic rifles in the American army. The M1 Garand was just like such an just a powerhouse in terms of how much it amplified an infantry soldier. But like, they took islands from the Japanese during island hopping 1 to 1,000. It was brutal how efficiently the Americans kicked Japanese ass. Frankly, the Japanese infantry was... I mean, no, you know what? They're, for bolt action rifles and a lot of stuff, the Japanese machinery was actually pretty solid. The American ones was just straight up better. Also, they kind of killed the whole navy at,
They held to outdated naval doctrines for far too long.
Yeah, also the thing is they just never realized the Americans can actually hear them talking, and then, Midway happened, and they lost all their carriers. Oops.
Yeah. They never knew the Americans have been spying on the Japanese for decades, and they never knew. Like one of the big reasons, so the whole split between light and heavy cruisers is we seem to think of that as just something. Oh yeah, it's something natural. No, it's not. It is completely artificial. It was done purely to spite the Japanese.
Yeah.
Like it was from the London Naval Treaty because Japan wanted to go all in on cruisers with 8-inch guns, and so the London Naval Treaty was modified, like codify heavy cruisers as a specific class of cruiser with armament of 8-inch and above, and had limits to displacement and so on, specifically to prevent the Japanese from building more cruisers. And that's after the Washington Naval Treaty in 1922, where the U.S. intercepted diplomatic communications between the Japanese delegation and the Japanese government, where they said, the government, the military said to the delegation, this is the absolute minimum fleet size that we were willing to accept in the terms, and then the Americans proposed exactly that, and that's what they said.
It is so fucking...
They had no idea. Yeah, it was they specifically fucked over the Japanese several times.
It is so funny. Honestly, it's so funny that everyone's like Russia, where had the best part. They were like, no, sorry, America is just like America played 4D chess with everyone during World War II. But again, the thing is, the thing that exemplifies American superiority is like, look at the fucking doctrine. Because here's the thing. When Americans joined the war, and especially in Western Europe, they advanced on German positions by just firing. They held down fire and advanced while firing. And basically the Brits looked at them and were like, what are you doing? And the Americans were like, we have enough ammunition, fuck you. The Americans produced so much ammunition because every other nation had to conserve ammunition. So that their doctrine was like, do not do this. The American was just like, yeah, just lay down a fire, sustained, and just advance. The Germans can't walk up. Because, what are you waiting for? That we stop firing? Fuck you, we have enough bullets. And then some more. That was just the American doctrine. And it was brutally effective, actually. And yeah, the American industrial might was what won the war. The British and French determination and stubbornness made it last long enough for the US to wake up. I mean...
Yeah. When you're alone on a continent, basically, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Close squabble with your settlers, obviously.
Well, that's what the Europeans do, yes.
Yeah, it's still kind of funny to talk about World War II. But you know what, fuck it, let's just... when we're talking about American industrial and warfare, let's just... I think I said it in another stream, but the AK-47 is overrated. It just is. It's a good gun, don't get me wrong. It's not the best. That's the M60.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, but because here's the thing. The AK-47 is good, okay? But everything people praise about it is not unique. You're like, oh look, it is easy to build. A lot of the guns from the time were relatively easy to build. Did you look what an M16, an AR-15 is actually? They have one bolt, a gas tube, a spring, and you can actually really easy dismantle. That thing is easy. It's really well built. Okay? The AK-47 is to a degree more of a hassle to disassemble than the M16. Then people are like, oh, but it's cheap to build. The M16 was cheaper because it used plastic and not wood. Just saying. I mean, yes, they later also used plastic on the AKM. Like, there were some upgrades, but they were very minor to the AK. Just saying. Like, oh, but it's so reliable. Then what the fuck is the FAL and the G3? That's even in a similar caliber, because just keep in mind, yes,
larger.
It's a thing, you know. Both sides were like, we need a large caliber, and I think the Russian caliber is maybe a little bit smaller than the Americans' proposed one. But, and also the M14 was dog shit. Sorry, it's dog shit. We still have the M2. Yeah, the Americans just have like... Just saying how long the grease gun was used. For good reasons.
Up to 1990s, I think?
It
Up
was
to go
used for a
for.
long time, yes. But yeah, the AK-47 had the same problem as a lot of, you know, early Western guns. Big caliber. But when you look at, oh, it's so good and precise. Sorry, the FAL and the G3 were a bit better in performance, like especially the G3, and they were kind of similar in production and shit. Like, what are we talking about here? It's like you just praise shit about the AK-47, which are, you know, yes, good, but there are a lot of similar guns. Oh, the M2 Browning. Yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah, they will. They will use M2 Brownings on spaceships. I tell you that. That's just how America works. You will have M2 Brownings on spaceships.
Have I mentioned that, like, there's in MechWarrior 5, all the weapons they have like a little stat readout, and one of the things is like introduction date, and for the machine gun weapon, the introduction date is like 1924.
Amazing. Amazing. But yeah, again, it's like it's the thing where I would say the AK-47 was a good gun for that caliber round, but that was it, you know. Like, it's good, but most guns in that caliber, you know, range were similarly good. It didn't stand out. And again, I will remind everyone, the moment everyone was realized by, you know, hard reality that an intermediate cartridge is better, whoops, there's a reason everything is morphing into an AR-15 nowadays. Hell, the gun we will use soon in the Bundeswehr is an AR-15, with the only difference is that it doesn't have gas, but it's like, you know, a hammer, you know, there's like a rod in there. Because I guess some forces were like, we rather want that variant than, you know, just gas.
According to Wikipedia, I checked real quick. Like, Wikipedia says that like it says the M3 is still in use in the United States.
Yeah.
It doesn't say when. Like, it does say that some bases still issue them as backup weapons to like secondary. So like they did see service in the Gulf War, and they were still issued into the mid 1990s. Like, they are still apparently still active. So yeah,
I think
good.
I think supply
but
crews,
good.
Like you know,
makes sense. Yeah,
truck crews drove them, still used them in Afghanistan because, like, it's the M3 grease gun. Like, nothing better to stow a bunch of them into your truck pit.
Right.
It's like, that fits.
Oh.
But yeah.
So now I have landing craft, and I can finally attack Peru, Bolivia, and their independence is guaranteed by Austria.
Nice.
Well, what does Austria want to do? They have 10 flotillas. They can't even land.
Yeah. That's what I was looking. Yeah, they'll be fine. I can probably just cut them off right in the fucking Strait of Gibraltar. provided I can actually get their well, they can't land, but if they join the war, they will deploy troops there immediately.
Oh yeah,
they can. They don't necessarily do though.
Yeah, but just that's the thing, and also, you know, the thing about the AK-47 is like the only, you know, good newer variants of it are the AK-74, which is basically the same gun, just slightly modernized, and the AKM, which is the same gun, slightly modernized, aka, let's just not use wood anymore, that's the AKM, basically. And you could say, you know what? Never change a running system, I guess. And the answer to that is, why is everyone copying the M16 then? The reason the AK is everywhere is the fact that the Soviets spammed it to hell and back. And forced it onto everyone.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The AK-47 is good, but it is just so prevalent because every Soviet state either copied it or wasn't autonomous enough to make their own gun. Only later that happened. And even then, you see like the one country that, started developing their own, aka China, for example. What did they make? The QBZ, and that was actually a pretty decent gun. Mm-hmm. Pretty decent. But you definitely saw how they really strayed away from the AK design, because,
Yeah.
Duh. And funny enough, the newest version looks more like an M16, so you know what? It checks out. It's just like, yeah. Yeah, it was decent. It was a decent gun. The problem is just the funniest bit for it is that also the AK was so tightly designed that, yeah, obviously it ended in NATO hands. It's like, it's the AK, kind of. They just spammed it and never... and also they didn't really allow a lot of, deviation from it, which then led to some shit like, for example, the AK-47U, which sucked majorly ass. Because the thing is, they were just like, just make the AK-47 smaller, not thinking about the fact that guns are, have ballistic and are basically very controlled explosions, and if you don't have the exact barrel length, it gets really fucking weird. To the point that, the paratroopers rather had AK-47s than the AK-47U. Because it was just shite. Meanwhile, the AR-15 system was so easy to adapt to other cartridges and barrel lengths, it actually worked. Just saying. I mean, is this just like a lot of AR-15 propaganda right now? Maybe, but it had to be said, the AR-15 is the better gun. Sorry. It just is. Just is. So now we probably pissed off every tanky around.
The AR-15 may be the better gun. Thing is, I like it less. So therefore it is worse.
Honestly, the funniest bit for me is still the fact that they that the Russians were like, we're actually updating the AK to the AK-12. They have a banger design, which was then, in a lot of video games, and I was like, that's actually banger design, I love it. And then they were like, oh, you know what, we just want to make it look ass again and just make rounds. You had a really good design with, blocky. The original AK-12 design looked good, and then you just made it look more like an AK, because, Putin has no aesthetic value. Anyway, and then now they're using it, and it sucks ass. Just look at what gun all the crazy people choose to use when we Americans like to shoot each other. I mean, I guess, except that one person that apparently tried to shoot at Trump and used some weird Chinese SKS. Yeah, that happened.
Hey, that gun's actually a good one.
Okay, the SKS is actually a good variant because it's basically just a slight variation on the AK, but this was the Chinese version, which was weird.
So if I could just take Santiago from Chile. If I do, then Argentina is going to join, and Argentina is a protectorate. protectorate of Russia?
It doesn't matter.
Does that doesn't automatically call on Russia, yeah?
No, it doesn't.
You're wrong
You're
on
not
the-
attacking them.
yeah,
They're
it's a-
just helping someone else.
Super
Yeah.
similar to the AK. They're entirely different systems mechanically.
Oh yeah, right.
Russia does have a plus 19 preference for Chile, so that is risky, but their fleet is twice as big as mine, so I don't think I can hold off Russia, but
Yeah.
No
I feel
invading
like-
Russia.
nah, not yet. Give it a couple decades, but I'm thinking of invading Chile because I need to invade somewhere. Basically, Ecuador is in your dialogue.
If you
No,
ever need a good
actually-
and correct opinion on guns, ask someone from the Midwest US. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna poke Tim Waltz on Twitter like, hey, Tim, what's a good gun?
Actually, was it the Knights Armament? Was it? It's the KSO-1. It was recently adopted by the Royal Marines as the L43.
There's some fun stuff.
It's actually really quite good. I mean, though it's
Oh yeah, I mean,
direct
I can
impingement,
see
but
that there's like so proportional doesn't give us a lot. Oh, per capita gives us a lot though.
Yeah. Per capita is the good one.
Yes.
I've only very rarely seen like anything give you more
damn.
than per capita.
Oh, I'm switching to interventionism already. I have money, so
Yeah,
Yes.
it does that. It does that.
yes, I can actually lower taxes. Don't be mad anymore. Okay,
wish I could lower
let's just
taxes.
have- well. Hey, Chad, you can put up some fun topics. Woo.
Biscuit.
Oh, I've got a fun one.
I asked Chad.
I mean, I could
I know, but
rant
still.
more about what I hate about Hoi 4.
Tim would actually have a good answer. Yeah, I think Tim Waltz probably would have a good answer. The problem is just like, I'm actually considering, should I actually write him? But also then I was like, what should the question be?
What happens if they lose the election and because the Democrats lost Pennsylvania by like 5,000 votes?
What? I wanted... Huh?
It's a bad joke making fun that Tim Waltz got picked over the governor of Pennsylvania because the governor of Pennsylvania, well, having him as the vice president, well, vice presidential pick would give them a likely boost in Pennsylvania because he's quite popular there, and because the election is currently like dead on 50-50. Like
Which is
it's
kinda
gonna
wild
be
to
like
me,
a
but
few votes
yeah.
in a few places that changes the entire election. And also, I'm completely exhausted seeing Trump everywhere on my social media feeds.
Oh yeah, I get that.
And it's so fucking annoying. It's just like Trump.
Fuck. What happened?
Anyway, so fun
No!
fact. So
I have to give up.
Russia
Maybe
signed
I
with
should have
Chile.
done White Peace.
can I give my fun fact, please?
Do you think I wouldn't have done White Peace if that was possible?
Yeah, you know what? I guess then you
Okay, I
just need
guess
to
not,
do
then.
some more. I mean, at least you have a land bridge to there now.
A land bridge to where?
To here, to the upper parts.
I always had
Russia
that.
sided with.
No, you didn't have that before. They were cut off for a while.
That was just a revolution. No, there's nothing cut off.
Don't trust those polls. Monopolls are terrible of their data collection. Some of them are actually, yeah, but it's.
I could sway France if I become their protectorate.
Okay. well.
Because Russia sided with Chile.
It doesn't surprise me though. It gets getting like exhausting, even though it's like kind of important. It's just bleh. Oh no, earthquake. Oh, here's money. I have money now actually, so there you go.
Could I throw away my independence again to become a French protectorate? Could I become free again in time, you think?
Probably not.
Is it worth it? I mean, I don't think I can hold up. Well, Russia isn't isn't sending troops over yet.
We know the French no, they're not led by a hot, sexy person. No. Ew, gross.
France?
Yeah, France.
Yeah. I mean, like the
I
whole
mean, he's got a
sexy.
neck beard. He's
Yeah,
literally
like
got a neck beard.
Yeah, I mean, I have the best leader anyway, so like nobody can compete with that in the first place.
I mean, you have fucking Karl Marx.
Yes.
I know. It's just
Yes.
kind of unfair. He has a good beard.
Yeah. German Karl Heinrich Marx, ruler and
He looks
politician.
old.
He's 77.
Yeah.
He looks old.
France guaranteeing their independence. That doesn't do anything for me.
And Britain has Emperor Malcolm Clark.
How can the rural folk and the landowners that together have 2.7 cloud even try to do a revolution? I feel cheated.
That's definitely... That will be reworked, so yeah, at least that's something. Wait, is Ruben asking for a sexy leaders mod?
Why not?
I mean,
I
don't
mean,
know.
I'm sure that exists.
Maybe? Who knows, actually? Oh, God.
Okay.
I mean,
No more
who wouldn't want a sexy French leader?
I mean, don't you think any... okay, question. Do you think...
Answer.
Don't you think any French leader is sexy?
No.
Maybe not to your eye?
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, some of them are just really washed up. It's kind of insane. You'd think French people are just sexy, but no.
No, they're really not. Some are. Not all.
Honestly, okay, fun fact. I kind of hoped I was the current French leader is a biscuit. Yeah. I mean, almost a biscuit actually, but yeah.
I'm in Santiago.
Also full of hot air.
They got Michel Barnier as their prime minister. Mr. Brexit.
Naval invasion in Russia?
I mean-
Cuba by Russia? Get.
Honestly, I kind of
That's bad.
Honestly, I kind of always wanted to date a French girl once, but never happened. Supply consumption, that's interesting. I don't know if I should go for that. Colony growth speed, I don't know. Oh, more birth rate. What's a good company to establish?
Engines, because at least in the British market, we're always running out.
I still have to say, the convoy, like lingering damage of convoy stuff, is a bit too much, I think.
Establish Nintendo so you can sue your foes into oblivion. Oh, okay. Okay, have you seen the fucking clock? Alarmo. 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 That's what the German ones are.
Oh, the Nintendo clock. Oh.
Yeah, you know what? It has wonderful motion features if you're single.
I think this is like you know how Nintendo has a product that like every other product just completely fails, and then they have a good one. So it's like good one, bad one, good one, bad one.
You mean they bring one
I think
out
this is
that
the bad
sucks?
one, but before the Switch 2, which is meant to be the good one. So like the preempting. A preemptive strike.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually how Nintendo goes.
Yeah, god damn it, Nintendo. Nintendo is such a bad company, actually. Like, yes, I don't, like...
They made good
we're not-
games once.
Yeah, you know what, here's the thing. Nintendo, to a degree, doesn't mismanage their studios and has, like, at least, you know, the sensibility of trying to keep talent at them. So this is just like, yes, this will lead to generally a solid output of games, but that doesn't justify what the company is doing. At all.
Fair.
Like, the thing is, again, I will say, every big company sucks to a degree. But when I look at, you know, for example, again, the next Japanese rival, Sony, that have actually a department of archiving and, you know, storing games and game data. They actually made a department to, you know, conserve games and are way more open to any form of emulation, you know, even, you know, open source ones, because they're like, yeah, sometimes they can do it yourself and it's easier to work with open source programs. Versus Nintendo that just burns everyone to the ground. Because, oh no, what about piracy? Nintendo, fuck off. What about fucking game preservation? Listen, if I, for example, and this isn't even a Nintendo game, okay? If I would like to show off Monster Hunter 3, let's just Monster Hunter 4, better example. I either would need to, and I'm gonna be serious with you here, mod a 3DS, which, by the way, is technically also illegal by Nintendo, or I emulate it. And this is a Capcom game, but I need to emulate a 3DS to show off a Capcom game, especially if I would love to show off multiplayer. A thing I would love to do, but Nintendo is currently literally flagging and banning people uploading you know, footage from Nintendo emulators. So no. And the only other options I would have to, you know, show off 3 Ultimate, you know, the previous one would be I plug my, you know, Wii U into here, but because Capcom was not really far-sighted, we would, one of us would need to play on the 3DS, which sucks. As I would have actually bought a second Wii U, just to show off a game. Just let that sink in. But no. The only options, only sensible options are emulation.
Why can't they just pull why can't they pull a Sony and just release it on PC?
Nintendo is like Apple.
No, Nintendo is a toy company.
Still.
It is a toy company, but in terms of like, they want their products to be exclusive. That's why also lots of their games you will never see in the second-hand market go down in price.
Yeah, because that would actually lead to the idea that their games would be, you know, games, not exclusive things. Third-party stuff.
Maybe. I mean, they could even charge full price again. I mean, you've seen with Red Dead Redemption, the original one coming out on PC, but
yeah, I know.
That's fine. Fine. They could do that, but
I mean, hell, I just point out that how Ghost of Tsushima came, but like I think the biggest problem is just like, again, let's just be real here. The big problem with Nintendo is just the fact that, hell, a lot of their franchises that are not their major ones, because I think, again, every company, if you run a console, and like consoles will not go away. There's always a market for consoles because most people do not want to have
definitely.
a PC. You should
even
have
if Xbox dies.
You should have a few core, you know, platform pullers on your system first. Yes, some later you can maybe, as Sony said, look like some of them probably just would work on a PC as well. But the thing is just that, again, Nintendo sees themselves as a toy company and an exclusive club. And I would say if they ever put them on PC, even just a fraction of it, that would probably make would be worse for them because their fan base is rabid. They have no problems claiming everyone else should put their games on PC because here's the thing. There's a difference between, you know, someone, you know, looking at, for example, the Sony library and saying there are certain games in the Sony library that would, you know, just fare better.
Okay, that's interesting. Mm-hmm. So I had the Brazil Protectorate Wargirl, but because France basically put me in default, I'm lower than Brazil right now, or at least not high enough to Protectorate him. So of course I'm okay. Then I just conquer Uruguay, and they would basically agree because they're a non-participant here, and the only one who decides anything is Venezuela, and they say yes, it's fine, but I still can't do it. I'm not allowed. Oh, now I am. Nice. Let's end the senseless war. If the French went there, Brazil would be my protectorate. Very sad. Sorry for the,
Yeah. I don't know where I was, like, but okay. The thing is, you know, if you, for example, talk about games on, you know, PC, yes, especially if you look, for example, at what's, so, for example, Sony says themselves, there are games that just make actually sense to have on multiple platforms, like, for example, Helldivers 2, that basically had this big success because it launched as a cross-platform multiplayer title, because multiplayer titles need a certain amount, a certain threshold of population to be viable. Ergo, launching dual, sensible. Meanwhile, you know, single-player titles, you know, some of them, especially when they a bit underperformed, actually pretty good to put them on later, or, you know, because that just maybe opens up to a market that you, because sometimes just the market differentiates on the PC and the console gigantically. That's just a fact. That's why I would also say, you know, there are a bunch of Nintendo titles, for example, Mario games. I don't think that would actually work that well on PC. The PC, for how much they say they like platformers, they don't really buy a lot of platformers, is what I'm saying. Just like, the few we had, just even Sonic games, just, they sold on PC, but not the most. The thing is, again, there's a difference between, you know, people who say this is a good strategy because, you know, again, everyone benefits. And then there's the Nintendo people who say, oh yeah, Sony should bring their games on PC because they see both as worthless. And they see the idea that another console manufacturer could keep games exclusive as an insult. I know, that probably sounds a bit, but like, maybe a bit like, what? But no, that's actually how a lot of people think. They like, you know, the PC is not Nintendo. You know, for them it's like, who plays on PC? League of Legends people.
which is funny because as far as I know, they're losing players constantly.
League has a problem right now, but like, yeah,
always did.
You know, for them, a PC is, you know, the platform of free-to-play games, where people play, you know, multiplayer slop, where every other title goes that, you know, doesn't have is worthwhile to be on a Nintendo platform. And similarly, they really fucking hate if any other, exclusive game or big game is popular not on their platform. And for them, being on two platforms devalues them. So they are right. Honestly, the Nintendo fan mindset is fucking insane in my opinion, but honestly, the funniest bit for me is like, you can clearly see them in action then, because every time Nintendo takes down an emulator, they are definitely pissed because the modern Nintendo the modern Nintendo fandom started on emulators. But they are so weak-willed they don't want to call out the fact that, or, you know, change their opinion that Nintendo might just suck as a company. Because every time, without fail, a new game is announced, they will fucking go wild over it. And just sing praises and buy the merch, and it's like... Actually, can we just talk about for a second how much Nintendo is actually just a toy company that sells merch mostly? Like, I know we can make jokes about Alamo as much as we want, but Alamo will sell, you know? There will be enough people who will buy Alamo based on the fact that it's a clock from Nintendo. You can make that, like you can probably make Alamo yourself because it's not... It's a clock with an LCD screen, you know? They still will buy it. Like... Also, hello Zero Came, how are you doing? I mean, nothing's, you know, is probably more exemplary, in my opinion, is that, you know... Look at, they made a Nintendo museum, okay? And everyone goes wild about the fact they are selling pillows, like gigantic pillows of the controllers. Just listen, I can see to a degree the big Wiimote pillow, okay? That's funny. But the fact they can sell something like that and really make money is just like...
It doesn't cost all that much to make, to be honest.
Sure, but like, the thing is, if you think about it, who needs it? Like, this is just a practicality question. A Wiimote is just like a really big, long pillow. A thick one, I might add. Now, if you, for example, look at, like, if you say, oh, that's just kind of the similar shape of, for example, a Dakimakura. Those are not as thick. They are way more thin and usually also better quality, because I guarantee you, it's not going to be the highest quality. They will cheapen out on it. It's a company. They won't
They think they can get away with it? Yes.
They will probably get away with it just being good enough. I guarantee you that. Because that's else it would cost a lot. Like, here's the thing. For everyone who doesn't know, I have a Daki. I have it for over 10 years now. It was actually custom made. But by a company specialized on them. And I actually chose the best quality materials. That thing is good. And I mean it still has its shape. Like, if anything, the pillow below has lost shape. It still has its shape. It has not bleached out yet. It's just still in top quality. It will cost you a fuck ton to get that. Just saying. So yeah, they're probably not gonna be that. For amiibos, like, it's not that I don't have some amiibos, because, I like figurines, and there are some figurines of, certain characters. I just like, yeah, I like those franchises. I kinda want a figurine of that. But, like, you've seen how many people just mindlessly bought all of them. And then later sold them because, like, I think the funniest bit is that apparently Amiibos was just like a big wave of people just being like, I need this, and then realizing, shit, I just have a lot of figurines now in my home. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? And they're not as weird as the Funko people that to realize that this was maybe stupid. Honestly, who fucking collects Funko Pops?
Also, Funko Pops are just hideous. Amiibos at least look good.
Yeah.
You know what? There's one Funko Pop I actually think looked okay. And it was a Titanfall 2 Funko Pop. Because it had two things. First of all, you didn't see a face, so it wasn't hideously disfigured. Ironically, again, the whole Funko Pop design works better when you don't look at a face. I heard the F word. Oh no, not the F word. Funko Pop. That works better, yes. But also one of the funniest parts they had is that, it was, the pilot and the robot, and you could actually put the pilot in the robot, which was just... I'm gonna be honest with you here, there was effort put into that. Not much, because, again, the design is still hideous, and you can't really erase that, but I looked at it, and I didn't dislike it on first sight, is what I'm saying. Some I follow got a rant after some problems with them at anime conventions here. The rant kind of got viral. Oh. I still remember how how there was like this one post by some Funko Pop person, like, it's the same as people collecting Gunpla, and then people were immediately pointing out, you fucker, post in front of it should be like, look, this is the thing I bought while the Gunpla collection was like, look what I built. Not like presenting the effort, not himself. And it just kind of summed up everything. What was the rant? I'm like actually interested now. Damn. I could go for theocracy. Well, I should not go for theocracy, I guess.
No. You should not.
No.
I should not. No colonial affairs. Yeah, I can't really go for something else. No health system. Public health insurance, actually. Thank you very much. The rant was about Funkos and scalping con guest autographs with them. Oh, okay. What the hell? What happened? What?
I think I saw that. I got something of that, yeah.
I can't actually go for total separation. I have only state atheism as an option. Oops. No one wants to go away from isolationism. What? Let's try it. Even preparing autographs for things serious that don't have them. What? What the fuck? Can you send them? Because I have no... That sounds wild. That sounds actually wild. How was everyone else doing? How was the week? Got some silence here. Agonia is focusing on Indonesian supremacy.
I need to actually salvage a bit.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I should I get to pick my start date, so fun
nice.
Things are starting to get real in terms of like moving and having to find a place and have to find someone to place
I mean, honestly,
to
I
take
hope
my
that works
room,
out.
my current apartment, but yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a hectic couple of months.
Can see that. Honestly, one thing I kind of how should I say it? Oh, probably can do some here. No, okay, interesting. I think
Large numbers of Dayak people from Indonesia are migrating to Cuba.
Oh. Oh yeah.
It's interesting because I'm currently in default.
Well, why would you care if the state is in default if it's better than where you are?
Oh yeah, I don't know how to point it, but like I feel like because I've been playing for the last week, I've been playing XDefiant again, and I feel like that is probably the one multiplayer game I ever played that just has some really weird problems with its daily mission system right now. It's just, god damn it, just so much in a row. Like, you know, like a few days ago, you know, they basically just always make 3 missions, okay? 3 missions per day that give you a certain amount of XP. And the game is kind of grindy, but if you do the daily missions, you know, it's a typical thing of it actually is doable in you know, a certain amount. So a few days ago, the game was like, yeah, play 1 round of Capture the Flag. So guess what was not available during that time? I don't know, like, apparently they disabled it because there was a bug, which is, like, good, but you could have just taken that one out of the, you know, rotation until then, maybe? And today, I got hit with the absolute amazing combination of, for some reason, 1 mission was just missing, so I only had 2, and one of the 2 missions was play 2 matches with a friend. So I'm lucky I actually know people, so I poked the one person I know that that could play like 2 rounds with me, and he said no. Anyway. It sucks, right? Oh, God. I know, maybe make your multiplayer game more accessible to people who can't play with other people. Ah. I just found that a bit funny that it was just kind of broken all the time. Okay. Not much. Finally finished Yakuza 8, started Meta for a bit, and we played some Monster Hunter Frontier. Yeah, right. Oh, God. Monster Hunter Frontier it's actually so much fun. I'm kind of... Okay, you know what? Can I go off about Monster Hunter again?
Sure.
Yay.
Someone can tell me why I'm unable to actually do naval invasions. Like, I'm naval invading the Karnak uprising, okay? Mm-hmm. And my fleet is there, and it is full, and my troops are there, and they're full, and there's at least 1 general on advanced front. Not that it matters, because I had generals on defense front attacking. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, no landing progress isn't rising.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Huh. It is weird. Maybe it just takes time.
No.
Okay.
I redone it several times already. Nothing is happening.
I'm back in a second. I just need to go to the toilet real quick.
That's pretty the worst time you could do.
Yes, sorry. I can't help you with that.
You have to chat.
I'm opening the chat.
Or maybe we would also need to reload. I don't know.
I mean, if we need to reload, can we reload before I declare the war in fucking Chile?
I mean, she's on a toilet now.
Yeah, I know. We wouldn't do that. I'm just kidding, because this war is kind of causing massive problems for my country, and I can't capitulate because that would give the Chile's demand is regime change, which would delete my entire communism.
Well, not that you need communism in the first place. What do they force on you? That's the question.
A presidential republic, landed voting, racial segregation, state religion, and elected bureaucrats.
Yeah, that's terrible. Elected bureaucrats are fine, but...
I currently have council republic, universal suffrage, multiculturalism, total separation, appointed bureaucrats.
Yeah, you should probably switch to elected. It's better when you have high institution.
Well, yeah.
Oh, now I'm getting an attack done. That's good. For once.
The only ones who support elected bureaucrats are the rural folk and the petit bourgeois.
Yeah.
My government is only Communist Party.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, I could bring in the rural folk, but
yeah. I mean, in general, it's better because in the beginning, appointed bureaucrats, first of all, that's where you want to go, of course. and it gives you good taxation. But when you have economy rolling and paying lots of institution costs, then you actually want stuff like that. Also, for some reason, all my institutions are now at level 1. Probably because of default, I would assume, but that's a new mechanic. I probably haven't...
Mine is still at like, high, even though I'm in default.
High?
Yeah, but not high, like mine are like level 4, level 5.
Mm-hmm.
So like mine haven't gone to level 1, what I want to mean.
Maybe it's declare bankruptcy, maybe it's a new thing there. I need to look that up later.
It, yeah. I think that might be it. Bankruptcy. All products for bankruptcies. I don't know. I mean, I could declare bankruptcy, but I think that might. I would still go like, even if I declare bankruptcy, my national expenses were still so high that I would just end up in debt in no time anyway.
Best thing is generally building tax channels to get out of it when you declared bankruptcy.
Okay.
That's how I did it.
Wow, I've got the highest GDP per capita.
Well, that's kind of normal if you're playing small. No? And then you should get there. Probably.
These fucking Russians. I mean, I can also probably just wait it out in white peace, but it's their peace acceptance is going down very slowly.
I know. That's what I'm also a bit I find weird.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just stuck in a forever war while my country circles a drain. Oh well.
I have an uprising and an inaccessible state right now. Because of the French. Of course.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they have no army. And they still will win in the end, I think. Yes. They will win in the end.
Why is one of my armies? But takes time and a substantial cost.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. Oh yeah, but yeah, Monster Hunter. Honestly, I mean, to a degree, I find it so interesting to see that how much Frontier stuff is just in Monster Hunter right now, and some stuff,
more influences
in Wilds especially. It's the fact that there's stuff where I'm like, I like to see it. There's stuff I would love to see them put into it, but also there's stuff that really confirms me to a degree. But like, let's just start with it. Like, it's actually kind of cool to see the whole chain bird wyvern, the chain flying wyvern rig, being brought into the main series. Also that it's kind of different because, so for everyone who doesn't know, you know what? Browser time! I'm just opening it in the browser. Oh yeah, I didn't read the fucking dev diary. Oops. Okay, you know what? Hey, let's go to some other place that is the... Okay, so the thing is, what I wanted to talk about the whole flying chain wyvern is that, this was basically the first they made, Berokyurosu. It's actually kind of a cool monster.
Berokyurosu?
Yes, to fight. It's kind of fun.
It is fun. It has one really shitty move I don't like, but yes.
There's some stuff about it where it's like... So the big idea is, you know... It's basically a flying wyvern, but, you know... I think they intended it to be more like, you know... Between the flying wyvern that is, you know, Rathalos and the bird wyvern. So, kind of cool. Also, the whole chain appendix is kind of interesting. So if you're wondering what this was used for, to annoy you.
Yeah.
They kind of use it to, you know, obviously extend attacks, make big AoEs, but like, the main thing of this monster was actually that, you know, it used electricity very precisely with it, but also it had an AI that changed its moveset and how it attacked depending on what kind of weapon you were fielding. So attacking in a with different weapons in a group made it easier. But if you went on it solo, it just started doing all the attacks you really hated. That was actually the big thing about them. So also it has, as Agonia said, it has a bite attack, and that just for some reason fucking depletes your sharpness. Why it does that? I don't know. Basically, every fucking other monster that uses the same brick doesn't do that. It just doesn't do it. Which is so fucking funny. But yeah, it's kind of cool. And they made a few with that. So they made... obviously a variant called Dora Gyurosu, which is basically the same, just with dragon. It's just with dragon. It's the same, kinda.
Kind of.
Yeah. Then they also made, how was it called again?
Which are you?
I think was it the no, that wasn't it.
That's
Am I stupid now? The water one.
Is it Zeruryusu?
It could be.
I think that thing.
No.
No, that's the dragon, right?
I
don't remember how it's called actually.
Oh yeah.
It does say there's a it does say the like Zenith Dora Gyurosu in the thing.
Yes.
Oh, you mean that thing, Zenith?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so...
I was just looking at the list in the
yeah.
I thought maybe that's what you were looking.
No. The
Zenith
ones
are different versions.
Yeah, Zenith is like they have cancer.
Yeah, bone cancer mostly.
I'm not even joking.
That's kind of sad.
Yes, that's why they kill them.
Like as you can see, for example, big horn. They usually have big horns and shit. And sometimes the game needs mechanics that are just there to say fuck you to the player, and that's great.
Yes.
Fair point, actually, yeah. Basically, the Zeniths are just, in lore, they're like really rare mutations that basically burn them up. But, yeah. Basically, they made a few of them, and they're kinda the same, so this is why I find it kinda... I think that's how it's called.
What are you searching for?
Arkveld. Is that already a wiki? Yes, nice, thank you. So this is, the flagship of Wilds. And look at that!
Looks more like a Viking barrier with Berokyurosu appendage.
That's actually kind of interesting, that those were, it's also a flying wyvern, but more like ironically more like the irony is that Arkveld feels more like actually still like an origin species to Berokyurosu even. Like Berokyurosu is definitely more advanced than Arkveld, but still I love that they bring it back. It's really cool.
France wants me to join their power block. It's trade league. Honestly, I think I might. Why not? That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah. Opening in the wrong tab then. Yeah, that's the whole Funko stuff. Yeah, we definitely are the good guys. But, like, you know what? I like that. It's like, it's one of those rigs where I'm like, you know, they're not porting them directly, but they're still bringing them back, and also kind of differently, because, yeah, it looks more brutish. It, you know, it attacks with the chains, you know, not with, you know, precision as the Frontier monsters do. But, like, honestly, I can almost see the Frontier monsters either being title updates or, you know, in an expansion. Because it's cool that they bring that rig back. It's, you know, it's like, yes, after Espinas, that's a good nod. I like that they're doing something with, you know, Frontier exclusive content. Also, obviously, we have some other stuff that... I mean, for example, the extinct species thing they're basically bringing up again now is that, yeah, that there were a few that they kind of had in designs earlier. Wyvern Rex was a thing, yeah. The thing is just that I feel like the extinct species will be kind of the origin species idea again, you know. Species that should have been gone extinct but somehow survived somewhere. And by the way...
Like the woolly mammoths.
I want to bring that up, because that actually is a big thing. So here's the thing. Everyone knew the woolly mammoths died in Europe because we hunted them to death. Yay, go us humans.
Yay!
Monkey wins.
Thumb wins.
But...
Humanity, fuck yeah!
Yeah! But, and this is a big
Murder!
but. Even if you go for the idea, there's a big but that, you know, some woolly mammoths,
No,
you know, when, you know, tides, like, you know, ocean levels were lower, basically landed on an island in Siberia. I can actually show that in Wiki 3 now that I think about it. We have a world map here. That is so useful.
Yeah.
Over here, this one, Chukotka. And on this island...
Chukotka is the whole state. The island is called the Wrangel Island.
What?
Chukotka is the name of the whole state. The island is called the Wrangel Island.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, on this island here, they survived for at least another 6,000 years. So yes, while they were extinct on the continent, they actually survived until even the pyramids were built. You know, they were extinct, but not fully. And I like that concept being applied to
roughly,
monsters.
I think, 4,000 years, I think?
Yeah, 4,000 years ago. They still survived a long time on that island. And I like this applied here, because, like, you can definitely see how, even if we think that if we like this idea of Frontier was set in the past, yeah, probably Berukyosu was overhunted. Probably. Because Berukyosu is a legitimate threat. Like, it's a very intelligent wyvern. So obviously they probably wanted it gone. Now,
And that also, like, the funny thing about that means that the woolly mammoths were still around after the pyramids were built.
yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, sorry.
But still, it's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
It is really fucking cool that is the case. But yeah, again, this is a cool thing to apply to Monster Hunter. Again, they had the whole origin species idea already, with like 4 monsters being like just rare, older, you know, or, you know, split variants from a common ancestor of, you know, existing species, like, for example, Gravios. Or, you know, it's just like, yeah, that's cool. It's like, I like them taking up about, you know, ideas of Frontier and making it, you know, mainline series ideas. Again, even though I said already in another stream they will overdo it. There will be so many extinct species / origin monsters in the wilds. It's gonna be ridiculous. But still, the general idea, great. Really, really like that. I really like that. So some other things I would then like to see, because they're clearly interested in actually tackling frontier aspects.
I think there were even some Gunlands moves now.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty much directly ripped from some styles.
Yeah, we get to that. Because they kind of did that already, but like this one is to about another thing. Because the thing is, if we look at Wilds, they do something. They pick some stuff up from apparently the 4th generation. A lot of people say like, oh, Wilds feels like they want to make the better version of the 4th generation, but like 4th generation also felt to a degree like they wanted to make the 2nd generation again, but were vastly limited. So, sorry to pop everyone's bubble. Wilds is kind of like, Wilds is definitely a successor to those, and I keep saying that because it fucking is. Like, one of the big things they are doing again, which was in previous titles as well to a degree, is, for example, the whole everything changes dramatically depending on the weather, because the thing in those was areas had states of time of the day and the weather. Meaning, sometimes it was a bit more limited. Like, for example, they were combined. Like, for example, in the desert, yes, you had it. During the day you needed cold drinks. During the night you needed hot drinks, obviously. But also during the night, the water rose in the in the
underground cave.
In the underground cave, making a whole arena and path inaccessible. So they kind of rolled that into one thing there. Dumb woolly mammoths can't handle the overpowered technology of the Pocky Stick. All I can say is skill issue. Pocky Stick is different. but a big thing is that, for example, if you what they had is that in the jungle, for example, when it rained, the island in the north of the jungle was cut off because the tide, rose, and some parts were not accessible anymore. And they kind of did that in a bunch of areas. Like, for example, in the swamp you had poison patches in certain areas, except when it rained, because then it just washed that kind of away. That was just a thing they did in the old titles, and they kind of let that down later on. Like, for example, I think you still had day and night from the 3rd generation onwards, but I think except the flooded forest, there were not that many differences in the areas, I'd say. But they still kind of, in the flooded forest, I would say you definitely saw the biggest differences of, oh hey, they kind of did the thing that they wanted to do in the jungle from 2nd generation, just a little bit more. I just need to do something about my balance, and I probably need to build some trains and a lot more textile industry. Jesus, I just do a lot. And
I don't think I can make a white peace, because Russian war support is 0, but they can't drop lower, and they would not accept the peace deal. The capitulation desire is also not gonna drop, I think.
Okay.
Are the laws a bit bugged? I will have this will radicalize the rural folk. Thumbs up. The leader of the rural folks marginalized endorses this change. +5.
What?
From -18 to -13. Shouldn't it make you like it more?
I think they're already radicalized. I think that's what. I think that's the tooltip bug, because it will move the ruler folk to a point that's in radicalization, but they're already radicalized. It can't handle that. Yes, just an edge case.
Yeah. So, but then we have some stuff like, for example, we see in the other areas in Wild, for example, the Scarlet Forest feels very much like, hey, we don't have swimming, but it's just the flooded forest again, isn't it? Like, yes, we have the whole, there's like, a blood river. Yes, we have this, basically have a spider den again, like 4th generation, like the 4th generation jungle had. But like, this is kind of like the 4th generation, 2nd generation, and 3rd generation jungle all rolled into one. And I like that. Like, it's basically, yeah, it rains, and then the water level rises, and different monsters show up. Like, yeah, good. I kind of like how from 2nd to 4th generation, all the jungles are rolled into one. Good. Also, you have runes like a 1st generation, so I think they just rolled all the jungles into one, except the Ancient Forest from World. Like, sorry, the Ancient Forest from World was mid. The only impressive thing was it was in a new engine that you can just run around in it, but like as an area in terms of jungles, it was mid.
It was one of the few areas since a long time where you could see adjacent areas.
Yeah, that was cool, but like, let's just be real here. In terms of actual playable layout, it was really fucking mid. When we want to talk about good, like an actual jungle ranking, I would say, I don't know if I would put the 4th gen or the 3rd gen one first. Because the 4th gen one is actually really good in my opinion. They have like a big variety of, they have cliff sides, they have, the more flooded lowlands, they have, the flower area where Mizutsune is later in Generations. The flooded flower area. Okay, actually, you know what? I give the jungle to 4th generations, very, very, very closely followed by a flooded forest of 3rd generation, and then 2nd generation jungle and 1st generation jungle. And then I guess you can say the Ancient Forest is better than the first one, but yeah, I guess that's the ranking for me. Hate me, but sorry, I actually have to give that one to the 4th generation. That one was a good jungle. That one was legitimately a good jungle. Anyway, yeah, Scarlet Forest is basically all of them rolled into one. Cool, I like that. And also, again, weather changes parts of the map. Cool. But, we're actually going back to some frontier stuff now, because, like, you're probably saying, wait, but that's things that already those did. Yes, those already did it. But in Frontier they did the Highlands. So I love the Highlands. So why do I love the Highlands? Okay, first of all, they're just a very simple area because I guess most Frontier and... Okay, I do not know what it is with most, spin-off or, MMO Monster Hunter maps, but for some reason they just become really fucking simple. Just 7 areas, and I guess you fight in 5, 4, and 6. Sometimes 3. That's it. 7 sometimes, but like 2 and 1 are just like. Still, this is the camp. Cool. This is the layout, and this is like area 1. You just go this winding path up. The Highlands just have a vibe, is what I'm saying. Okay. And one of the big things is that, they have a big plateau up here. But the main thing the Highlands have is they have dynamically changing weather. And if you're wondering what kind, well, again, we're basically looking at a kind of an arid area that has sunlight to a thunderstorm. Well, where did I see that again? Hello, Wilds. You're kind of rolling the Highlands and the Gorge and basically the Sandy Plains into one, aren't you? Because it's that, right? It's a savanna desert area that switches between, a dry a dry period and a thunderstorm period. It just kinda is that, isn't it? It's kind of the thing that Frontier did. So cool. Also, they have a burrowing leviathan. So the thing I want to propose is that so in the Highlands there is Kurasu Seppusu, because it's a burrowing leviathan that uses crystals on its body to redirect sunlight, which makes, heat beams. That's cool. But when it's when the weather switches to, the thunderstorm, it redirects lightning. So that's actually cool because it doesn't have, really an element. It just redirects stuff from the weather. Again, this monster should be in Wilds because it just kind of fits the Windward Plains perfectly. It just fucking fits it perfectly. It's the same thing from the Highlands. Okay, but also, the Highland battle music is better. What?
This is a Wiki free stream.
No, I'm just going off about Monster Hunter now. Fuck you.
I know.
Also,
It's
also, can we just talk about the fact that how's it called? Video game music isn't getting flagged on Twitch, right?
Depends, I think.
Depends on what?
I think it's...
So it depends on the music.
Well, it's technically a dead game, so...
Yeah, so who cares? I think if I play Monster Hunter music, no one would care. At least if I play Frontier music, because... Whoops. Wiki Free? Shut up for a second. So... Just give a listen to the Frontier soundtrack of the Highlands, the battle music, because...
The high rank one
The
specifically.
high rank one specifically. It's still similar. They have, but again...
I'm now allied with the French Commune.
Ooh.
Which is the Parablock leader. Also, Russia is distracted, so I was able to actually land in Chile, and I'm taking down the war support finally.
Oh, nice.
So I'm not. I could go for a white piece. They've already proposed it, but I can actually. Oh, they capitulated. Yep, I now have Santiago.
Nice. Also, totally agree with you, Zero Came. That flute rips. That is just one hell of a good flute. In a battle theme, like. And just saying, Frontier had some really good soundtracks. That was an insane battle theme. Anyway, going back to Wiki 3. Just saying, they should add more Frontier monsters into Wilds. Perfect time to beat up a monster. Yep, I hope the battle theme of the Windward Plains. Actually, do we know? Let's just check it out. Is there actually a Windward Plains soundtrack? Because we have some previews, so
Yeah, but that's not that game. There, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's not out yet, so nope. God. Anyway, this is addition more Frontier Monsters to Wiki 3. Again, that is stuff I really like about Wilds so far. I'm actually looking. I really like the fact they're adding more Frontier stuff to Wilds. Or, you know, also Frontier concepts. Like, again, the extinct species are basically. That's like. Yeah, the extinct species thing is basically the origin species rebranded. Wiki 3 and Monster Hunter collab when, Martin? Hey, I've been streaming so much of both at the same time. Like, yeah, that should happen. There's a non-zero chance that Martin would actually read this, so... Still, that's cool shit. That's the stuff I'm like, I like what you're taking from those/Frontier. I say this you should add. Right. But here's the thing. No one can nowadays basically say to me there is not a fucking power creep in Monster Hunter going on, because they're adding movesets from Frontier extreme styles.
Generations was already a power creep, World was a power creep, Rise was a power creep.
Like, yeah, they just have a power creep going on, and like...
Try and 3 Ultimate was power creep. Sorry?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who argue it's not a big deal. Here's the thing.
I don't care either way. I would like that we also get like an old school Monster Hunter where you have to really prepare for a hunt and you have limited supplies and stuff. Would be nice, but I know it's not a mass market thing. So it will, if it ever comes to be, will be like a niche spin-off thing.
Yeah, I mean, let me put it like this. I think we can have both, okay? Sure. Because other Capcom properties can have both. Like, this shouldn't be, I mean, everyone basically keeps saying, oh, you know, there was the main series, which was series, and the portable series, which, you know, was more action-focused, first of all. Without the portable series, there wouldn't be a main series. Also, the difference was not really there. It was more like the portable series cut out a lot of the online stuff that the main series had. Also, if you want to say the difference between Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter Freedom/Portable is that Freedom had more, you know, a combat-oriented way. Yeah, the difference was in Monster Hunter 1 you fought with the right control stick, and in Freedom it was button inputs. If you say that was the difference, I guess, but no, up until Freedom Unite, the whole series was still very slow. Also, every Monster Hunter after Freedom Unite copied Freedom Unite. Because the difference is, Monster Hunter 1 sold 500,000 copies or something, and the Freedom series sold millions. That was the difference. Like, I'm sorry. Every mainline Monster Hunter later, afterwards, copied Portable Thirds to a degree. Because... Because the main thing is, Portable Third sold over 9 million copies in Japan alone. Freedom Unite sold, I think, 7 or 6 million globally. Again, Portable Third on the PSP in Japan alone, because it was exclusive, 9 million. Sorry, 3 Ultimate and 3 Ultimate, 4 Ultimate, all of them copied Portable Third. There was not, you know, always like some line going. That is just like people coming in with World and then just making shit up about the series. There was never both lines. There was the first two games, which were very experimental and online focused on the PS2, that didn't get off the ground, and then they split the series into the PSP titles, which everyone copied later, and the MMO, which is Frontier, which tried to be more like those in the beginning. Don't forget, Frontier still has breeding season. Oh yeah, bring back seasons, Capcom, bring back breeding season, you cowards. No, that whole season shtick from those was in Frontier. So, hello Govsoft girl, yes, we're talking about breeding seasons. Also, I'm getting lightheaded, holy shit. Anyway, the thing is, whenever someone comes with, oh yeah, there was the main series and the portable series, and the portable one was the action-focused one. Sorry, no. There was the first two main games that didn't work out. Then there were the portable games that sold a fuck ton. There was Frontier that tried to be those, but on the PC, which, you know, turned into Frontier. They just made a lot of their own monsters, and it became more and more action-focused, actually.
And if you have a long-running MMO, of course, the enemies need to get harder.
Yeah, so like there's a lot of filler shit in Frontier. I still say, again, Frontier has some insanely great designs. Period. But yeah, there's also just a lot of filler fluff. Are you gonna pick up Wilds? I'm kind of obligated to pick up Wilds. I feel like we're gonna pick up Wilds, yeah. The thing is more like, we don't know, like, I will get it on PC because, you know, I will definitely stream it day one. The thing is just, either we get, up until then, we get a new CPU for Agonia, because hers is too weak. GPU should be doable, but yeah, she would need a new CPU, but that would be like $200 at least, and we'll have to see, But still, if, then we both get it on PC. If not, she gets it on PS5. That's that. It has crossplay, I don't care.
Yeah. I won't be able to talk much, but
we will definitely play it day one. That's that, and we will stream it. So maybe we'll have open lobbies then. I can't guarantee that we will play consistently with a whole group. That's just the thing with you know, when we want to stream, it's probably just easier to get through the whole story with us two. But I you know what? On launch day, it has 16 player lobbies. We probably will open one. But that's why we get to other parts where I'm saying, shit, they need to import from Frontier. They should bring back clans. I want clan holds in Monster Hunter again. Sorry. I want to support that.
I have no idea how it will come out the other end if you're like banging on the table the microphone stands on.
And actually, I didn't hear anything on Discord's end. Like it got filtered out, but in Discord. I don't know about stream because I usually keep stream muted because hearing everything twice and hearing myself talk just gets distracting.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they kind of had groups, I think, per platform in the world, and I kind of hope they do that again. But they should definitely have like platform. Yeah, like, because they didn't have it on PC because they're like, you can just make a Steam group. It's just like, no.
It was terrible.
Make a clan system.
It's kind of like Monster Hunter gets more and more on PC and worse in the online part.
Just like, god damn it, give us clans again. Let me just look. No, they don't have anything about here, which is weird.
I'll be back in a minute. I'll just
Okay.
leave the game running.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah. But the clans could go up to like, I think 50 people at once. Boy, kind of cool. But basically,
you could do so much shit with that. It was problematic if you were a small clan, in my opinion, because originally to level up your clan and similar shit, you needed
A lot of points.
Lots of points and resources, which they toned down in the private servers that are now available.
Yeah. I kind of want
so many cool mechanics.
I kind of wish I could just open it Frontier up now and just show it.
You could.
I could, but we're
But
still
you can
playing.
just explain it if you want
Yeah.
to.
Basically, you have a clan hall, and the clan hall you can contribute points to that you get during gameplay. I would say you could make it actually, if you make it more like Monster Hunter, you could make it like you need to contribute materials, as a group effort. Cool. Also, don't make it too hard. That's just a thing. Just don't make it too hard.
It should
But
just scale with people in the clan.
A bit maybe.
No,
Yeah.
it should just scale based on that. So that's also a reason to kick inactive players.
Yeah, that's true. But thing is,
That could lead to problems. On the other hand,
yeah, that it's just hard to gauge. But like the thing is, you have a clan, and the more you contribute, you have to start off with a clan hall that is just a big tent, but then it gets like an actual building, and then you get stuff added to the building, like for example a cook, and that's cool because in Frontier you have clan food, which you cook together. The more people cook, the easier it is to get better results, and they give extra buff for missions. There is so much potential there. There are clan-specific, a few clan-specific quests. Again, there's so much you could do with a clan. Again, the idea alone that you share a hall with a group that you can upgrade, visually, maybe get some bust out of that.
yeah.
Bring that back.
Also, the food from the guild hall is separate from the food you can bring to missions in general. And then there are also several poogies in the clan hall, which you can farm clothing for, which if you feed them the right thing or a lot of a specific thing, can activate just one buff out of all your poogies can be active at the same time for the whole session you're in. Like
Yeah.
if you disconnect, it's gone for you. That maybe you should change a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I still
Just
like.
make it a 24-hour buff or something.
Yeah, I mean, I still like the idea that you can actually dress up a poogie and maybe pet it, or I mean, in that case, it's you force feed it crackers until you get a buff.
Yes,
It's not good.
it's fun.
It's funny, but yeah, in the morbid way. But
Yes.
still, the thing is that you can actually,
But that's my point. That you can do that. That's even more of a reason to join a clan, actually.
yeah, I think the clans should just not be like something visual. Like you should be able to build something with clans. You should be able to, make some sense. Like you should be able to get some buffs out of that. Like for example, the irony about that is, what Agonia said is that people always thought that if you pet Poogie, you have a better drop chance. But you could actually do that with clan Poogies again. Again, it's not like do it one to one. It's more like you have so much potential with the idea of having this, group participation, this group content. And I kind of hate the fact that this is just not being done anything with, actually. But yeah, it's the stuff I would love to see in Wilds or mainline Monster Hunter again. Clans. But yeah, the thing is that when someone tells me, oh no, you don't think about it, like there is the mainline series is still slow and methodic. Rise was the one poking out. Generations was the one poking out. Rise and Generations were maybe a little bit more.
It was already more with Try and
Yeah.
Portable Third.
It was already more with that, and 4 went. It also just gives the whole thing a nice sense of community. Yes, they always say that, and they didn't just only give us a guild hall. Give us clan halls we can actually decorate and build up together. Sorry, I want that, and I want to make. I want to bring Sheila Lovers United into Wilds.
Nobody will get that. Except us, of course.
We should extend Sheila praise to everyone because she is so good. She will also bless you with her dudes.
Hey guys, I'm probably gonna head to bed now, if that's okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You could play with the AI.
We will.
The AI should be able to take control.
We should make we'll pause then as well. I just keep ranting about Monster Hunter then.
But yeah,
If
you
that's
go to
okay.
yeah. You go to
Yeah.
bedroom.
Yep, you go to bed then.
Okay.
Bye.
Night.
It's been fun. Bye.
Then let's pause here.
Yeah, it's even June 1.
Nice.
June 1st. I think.
Also, we need to hate more on Yuri the Rasta. Yes, we need to do that. Fuck Yuri. Also, fuck Yuri. But yeah.
Those are two different Yuris.
Yeah. Why did you call her Yuri even though we hate her so much? Why? Why? You're souring us on Yuri. And you were gay. Anyway.
Oh, there's the trophy of cancer.
I know. Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are there lots of crabs in there?
No, it's about, from the...
Oh, from the start.
Yes. But the thing is, again, the big part is that when people tell me the mainline series doesn't have the big power creep, it's not, the super action game that, Generations is, and I just sit here being like, listen, Wilds is getting moves from Extreme Style from Frontier.
I'm not sure if that is Extreme Style exclusive, but
I think that
it's still from Frontier.
It's still from Frontier, but that was definitely not Earth Style. And the reason to hate you.
Yes, okay, that makes sense.
Fair point. But the thing is that I think it was actually Extreme Style. But the thing is, they definitely had a few moves from Extreme Style now in how's it called? In Wilds, which is like, I'm on the surface level, okay? Yeah, that's not the worst thing. But if you're coming at me and being like, oh no, the mainline series is still slow and such. Extreme Style was the thing that everyone back in the day said was completely over the top and not Monster Hunter anymore. And now it's in the mainline series, in the movesets. And people are like, yeah, that's fine, that looks good. Sorry, there's power creep. There's insane power creep. And you're just confirming it by not even acknowledging the fact that Extreme Style is now just in the base kit of Monster Hunter. Like, Again, I think Monster Hunter, I will keep saying that, should slow down again with its combat. Like, have in the mainline series less moves, make the attacks of the monsters a bit more deadly, make it more about actually positioning and, punishment of positioning. And you can still do the other stuff in general, in the second title that is on the port, maybe on the Switch and shit. Because here's the thing, I need to point this out again. I do not hate Rise and Generations. I still think Generations is the second best title they did, and that's a really combat-heavy title that also has combat styles. So who would have guessed? That's a Frontier feature. Who? That they actually should bring back in the main series. Actually, honestly, Styles was such a good idea. It is stupid that they cut it. And also, I think Rise was more fun to play with a lot of people than World, because World just actually sucks so much to play through in co-op.
Yeah.
Like, especially replaying. Like, I can see myself replaying Rise. I cannot see myself replaying World.
Yeah.
Rise did a few things better that were kind of important to me. So, I like Rise.
Namely the multiplayer.
Yes. But that's the thing. Sorry. Wilds just kind of confirmed to me that, yeah, you need to slow down, because they need to slow down the combat again, in at least the main series, because it's just all over to the top action game right now, and that is not what Monster Hunter was actually. And I kind of hate that newcomers with World keep claiming it. It's just like, no, that was not what Monster Hunter was going for, or is the essence. And the thing is, it's the same with Resident Evil. They had the same problem of becoming more action, and then they rolled it back. And to this day, I know that people say Resident Evil 2 Remake is the best one in the series. I'd say 4 Remake is actually the best, but I get it. Because 2 Remake was for the first time in a long time a Resident Evil game again that actually looked at the combat and was like, let's really slow it down again. Really slow it down, and it worked. It gave an atmosphere again that was missing from all the other titles. And then you had 4 Remake, which, you know, then took also lessons from 2 Remake and refined the combat system of 4. And this is what I say. We can have action-focused Resident Evil games, and we can have, you know, slow, you know, methodical-oriented Resident Evil games. They both work. And the same is actually true for Monster Hunter. We can have one that actually goes really, really slow, and that would probably also help, you know, refine what the action-focused one should be. And again, they put extreme style stuff into Wilds. It's like...
Can't really argue there.
Yeah, you can't argue against that. It's just... If you think extreme style isn't the main game and you're like, not like, oh yeah, that has maybe gotten a bit out of control. And this was my rant about Monster Hunter Wilds. Hope you liked it. And yeah, I will definitely play it on launch day because... I mean, hey, we're actually still planning on streaming through Generations, maybe, until then. So we'll see how that works.
We have the time for that.
It depends on how fast we finish up Space Marine 2.
Even then, I wouldn't do it.
You don't want to?
No. I don't think we want to rush that.
Fair point. I mean, yeah. Freedom Unite was, I think, 10 to 12 episodes. So that's...
And there we grinded a lot off screen to the degree I would even say it diminished the fun of Unite.
That's true. It just kind of sucks actually because I want to show off Generations, but maybe afterwards. But no, Wilds, Gothsoft Girl, Wilds will be definitely on launch. Like, as someone who has so many Monster Hunter titles a year, I feel like that's just obligatory.
Yeah. Also, interesting thing, proportional taxation is now actually better for me.
Ooh, nice. That's actually cool.
I've seen that a handful of times, yeah. But
you need to industrialize to a hard degree. Like, since you're more playing for standard of living and shit, you will probably not see that if you go with communism and similar things.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even have upper strata anymore. Straight up, don't.
Yes and no. So you can't really...
Funny. Yeah.
Originally you could, but I think one patch ago or so they changed that. Because proportional is not about upper strata, it's about people owning shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the dividends tax.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Actually, I get I should switch too because I get more money as well.
Yeah.
Because everything is communally owned now.
Yeah. Because they get now the dividends tax, like all of them.
Yeah.
But graduated taxation was pretty much nerfed to not very usable unless you're a big country.
Yeah.
Not sure if I get Wilds at release. Maybe I'll use that time to play World on my own. I mean, you could do that.
You could.
Just a fair warning, you would be playing Monster Hunter World. Okay, you know what?
The story is nice, and now you don't need to have the endgame grind of Worlds, but the problem of that is that you now have to do the endgame grind of Iceborne, which is worse. I hate them both, but not as much as a normally grinds.
Yeah, it's like... Also, another thing they should probably think about, because, you know, oh hey, you want a good end game for Monster Hunter game that's, you know, then just do fucking Hunting Road. The problem with Hunting Road in Frontier is like it opens when G rank opens, and it just kind of negates G rank. Like, but the fix to that is just put it at the end of G rank. For everyone who doesn't know what Hunting Road is, Hunting Road is, it basically turns Monster Hunter into a roguelite.
Yeah.
You could make it a roguelike, but it's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, the private servers have condensed it a bit, but originally it was like you have specific skills, extra skills specific for road. But it was a combination of obstacle courses with monsters and monster fights, and super bosses could appear.
Yeah. The basic gist how it works is you have to empty your inventory, so you can't bring any items into it. You only have your armor and your weapon and your decorations on it. And then you can have a certain amount of points inside of the road to buy, road supplies, which you can only use during Hunting Road, and you choose one of two monsters to fight. Depending on how hard the monster is, you either get more points or less points. And depending on how far you get, you unlock some other stuff in the road. And with those points, you could, for example, buy monster materials. You know how in Rise they had the whole thing going on that if you grind their endgame thing, their I don't know what it was, the infected monsters. Anomaly stuff. You could actually buy the hard materials.
But only if you beat the monster a certain amount of times for some reason. It was weird.
It was weird, but honestly, the thing is, I like the idea that you could buy them, even though, again, for example, for Primordial Malzeno, they kind of fucked it up. You has to kill the thing like 100 times or so. It's stupid.
Huh? Not 100.
No, you had to do a lot of stuff to actually unlock the material.
Yeah, you needed to beat the monster, I think.
Yeah.
Most of them were 5. I think the Malzeno was 10 times.
Or something like that. It was
It's a stupid idea.
Yeah. But the grind sucked. Because you just had to grind so many low-level monsters. It just sucked. Again, you just make it you start, in this roguelike run, and it progressively gets stronger. Oh wow, you just have an actually interesting mode
with resource management.
And people, it has replay value and rewards you with materials for armor, so you don't need to constantly fucking grind one monster in the end game, because that's the thing. If you make your end game that kind of forces you to constantly grind just one monster, it will suck.
Yeah, and the anomalies in Rise nearly always, depending on your rank, were 1 or 2 monsters you could do, or certain exceptions when they had enough modifiers.
The thing is with World, it's just as I said, it kind of sucks to play co-op because they just keep having missions that you have to start solo before someone can join. But yeah, Hunting Road would be a great endgame. Actually, add Hunting Road to the endgame.
I don't think you want me to join because I will not start a new character, and I'm already end game.
At least on the PS4, but you can't put that character, I think.
Yeah, my World's characters, I think, at the end of World.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just...
Other thing I didn't like about World was the whole master rank grind. Because you had you have those requirements, related to required missions, because they had actually separated them between optional and actual missions you had to do. But then they introduced rank requirement, and so you made all the key quests basically, and then you still had to grind optional quests to get a rank, to actually get the new key quests.
It is
either make it only rank dependent, or make just required quests. Choose one.
Yeah. I mean, you could still do that. So it's not a long game actually. World is not that long. But yeah, it's God. I think we talked enough about Endgame of Modern Monster Hunter. It's just.
Nobody likes it.
I think the weirdest part is
grinding random for decorations, talismans, or whatever have you. It just isn't fun in Monster Hunter. At least how they implemented that so far.
I mean, World had the worst grind because decorations were random drops. That was just so bad. That is like, okay, this is probably the biggest reason why I am not replaying World. Like, here's the thing. I generally think you shouldn't have random drops in Monster Hunter. The whole loop is about working towards something. I think
semi-random drops.
Semi-random drops. But like, I think you should be able to just build talismans and decorations like you all like. That's just flat out. Just make it maybe a bit more rare or so, or make it part of like you need to just kill monsters. But like the thing is, the investigation shit in World. That was just like, oh, you want attack jewels, grind certain monsters, and have a chance to drop them. And then the game was built like, oh, you need like 6 of them. Like, oh, pain.
Yeah. I mean, you kinda said the thing a bit wrongly in the sense that Monster Hunter is about random drops, but random drops from monsters.
Yeah, random drops from monsters, so you have some, control over what you might get, and then you can build stuff from that. But like, again, random drop decorations was just such a bad idea. It's like, this is also one thing why I would say I like Rise more, because you can just build decorations. Like, sorry, that is just a flat up better word.
But still, I think the talismans were still random, right?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't remember.
I think they made them random again. Yeah, it could be. Also, Rise, here's good. World had some really good monster designs. Rise had some. When they popped out the monster design, it was actually pretty good or forgettable. There was no in between.
Yeah.
But also, best Spoda so far. How was she called again?
I don't know, Ragnar Kadai?
Ragnar Kadai, yeah, that was great spider design. Honestly.
The armor was ugly as fuck, but.
Honestly, I kind of hope that Ragnar Kadai comes back in Wilds. Like, they have, a new spider. They are apparently bringing back the 4 spider, Neskrilla. So I like, give us all spiders. I like spiders. People with arachnophobia probably will hate Wilds, but I like spiders.
It doesn't move like a spider.
Yeah, that's true. And don't forget the instant dragons.
The instant dragon.
This should have been Shantian, sorry. It should have been Shantian.
But Shantian, in the highest Shinten form, in phase 4 can one-shot you. Yes, do we need the highest Shinten form? We can just use the normal version of Shantian. It's a fine fight. It's totally okay.
For everyone who doesn't know what I mean.
It doesn't crash the airship and explode itself out of spite. It's okay.
Just so you know, what I want to point out is that,
yeah, Shantian.
Yeah. Also, I want to get the counter one. Where is it? The monsters, and how are they called again? The fucking. They have a lot of them actually. Yeah. Here.
Thunder Serpent Nava and Wind Serpent Ibushi.
Wind Serpent Ibushi was it. So here's the thing, you know what? Let's go back to the fucking browser for one final round. So we got this fucking thing in Rise. Ibushi sucks.
They're Insel Dragons.
It just floats top down. It sucks. It's basically just an incel whining. Just oh god, it's just.
And Nava is basically just a very lame breeding fetish. Like, I didn't know that you could make a breeding fetish so boring.
Those are words, statements.
Easy.
You heard it here. You heard it here first.
Even Catholicism has a more interesting breeding fetish. So. And
more
they
decoration.
have, and they have the whole bone thing going for them, you know, and deceased body worshipping.
Yeah.
They're way
Yeah,
more
but, like,
interesting than the Inselrings.
But the thing
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. Catholicism, not Catholicism, more like American evangelical, like breeding shit.
why the nice
quiver
dragons
full shit
always
and such.
finish last?
Those are just fucking boring.
Yeah, those are boring,
yeah.
yes. So, and now you need to show Shantian.
Yeah, but like, one thing. This is a Leviathan rig. It's blue, it uses wind, and just, you know, kind of, it just floats. You know, it floats like an Asian dragon.
And its counterpart uses thunder.
Yeah. So Shantian is a Leviathan rig. It floats like an Asian dragon and is blue and controls wind.
Yeah, technically. Mostly water, though.
Yeah, which, you know, I think Wind Serpent Ibushi uses dragon.
Dragon and fire.
Dragonfire. This one uses electricity and water. Ooh, okay.
And fire.
Yeah.
Depending on how high efficient level you have. Rishitan, you scroll past the actual thing.
What?
Yeah, in the Conquest Wars. They don't say the word here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, Shantian is actually cool. Look at this. This one has something. And again, it's a floaty dragon. I guess they were like, we can't bring over Shantian as the big antagonist, but like, cowards, you should have brought back Shantian as the big antagonist. That would have actually been cool. Like, here's the thing. You know what I kind of hate about Monster Hunter writing? Every single time, they're like, something is behind this in their, you know, new stories. It's just usually a new dragon, and nothing it felt more than in Rise that it should have been someone we knew. You know? Like, oh, what is it? And then, you know, oh, this floating Elder Dragon. And you're like, oh, by the way, guess where the other serpent came from? Like, just sorry. Nava, Thunder Serpent Nava. They kind of split up Shantian to make two shitty dragons.
Yep. Basically.
I'm ranting about Monster Hunter again, fuck. But still, this is the thing that I just kind of hate, because again, they should have just made it so that, oh hey, there's something we don't know, and then they bring back Shantian, and, you know, the Frontier people would be like, you know, the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme, and everyone else would be like, oh, that's an interesting dragon, and they were like, oh wait, that was already a thing? Cool, that was a cool surprise, actually. And you know what? Okay, I think it is okay if I talk about data mines of Wilds, right?
I would presume so.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, they kind of data mined returning monsters in Wilds. And a lot of them, again, are just like 2nd gen monsters and 4th gen monsters, which is like, you know, except Lagiacrus, which is like, yes, that kind of makes sense to bring back in the Flooded Forest. Just, yeah.
I think Google would be better, but still.
Yeah, but the thing is, Google should actually come back. Yeah, Google is great.
Because that thing would actually go in rivers. Lagiacrus just goes into rivers when they're close to the ocean. So are you saying the Bloody Forest in Wilds is close to the ocean?
Maybe. Who knows? Also, one thing I want to say that they should bring back actually is Giginox. Like we like, sorry, Giginox is actually peak design. It's like that from that one, you know, looks like that one dragon from that you know, the Dragon Hunter series.
That's the thing that's not said to be Ninsel, because it basically breeds itself all the time.
It's just great. But yeah, the
also
sad
it
part
has
is
2 heads.
Yeah, the sad part is it was in 3, Port of the Third, 3 Ultimate, and then never. Just
in Explore it's back apparently.
Whatever the fuck that
That's
is.
the mobile game.
Oh no.
The Pokemon Go of Monster Hunter.
Like, here's the thing. Yeah, I like Kezu, but Sorry.
Monster Hunter Go.
I'm actually I look forward to the I actually look forward to the Ice and Fire. It's a Guna dragon. Oh god, okay. No! Stop making this bad!
Well, Giginox isn't a dragon in the first place.
Yeah, it's a wyvern. But again, it's a flying wyvern. Why are they classified as flying wyverns? Oh god, yeah. Anyway.
Depends on the gen, weird shit.
Yeah, the thing is, it's great. I really like Equinox. I think we had enough Jesus for a while, and I hope they will bring it back instead of.
There's one picture.
Yeah, I guess they will have some new ice monster in whatever ice area they have, because there's an ice area because apparently Blangonga comes back. But here's the thing. So they actually said in interviews already, okay? They probably want to do something different than just Elder Dragons, because they kind of did the whole it's the big Elder Dragon game with World. Good, you know what? I respect that. I really like the fact that you're going for the whole extinct/origin species angle and try to make more like, there are stronger monsters besides Elder Dragons. But apparently something has disrupted the ecosystem. And the interesting part for me is that, well, one of the Datamite monsters is Gore Magala. As much as I'm laughing at the fact that they really like that one black dragon, I don't hate Gore. I actually like Gore. The more I fought it, the more I liked it, because I think Gore
is
the
fun. Low rank Elder Dragon.
It is the low rank Elder Dragon, and I love it that it is for that. Like, I actually like the design, and the more further we go into the generations, the better actually it kind of looks. Mm-hmm. It's good, but like, I really hope that the final boss of Wilds is actually Shagaru Magala again, with the whole twist being, well, guess who upset the ecosystem again? Which is like, I don't hate that. I think probably some people are like, oh, but it's just the same conclusion as 4. Listen!
Nature isn't that amazing.
Goro was a monster that just popped up in 4, and everyone was like, where is that coming from? And if you learn that there apparently is a pocket where Gorus survived, and Gorus are also kind of an ancient Elder Dragon, maybe. Actually, you know what? I would like that retcon. I would like the retcon / clarification that Gorus are maybe just a very small part of the just a very small Elder Dragon population of like a ancient Elder Dragon species that mostly died out.
And probably bring one new super Elder Dragon to be like, okay, the ones in 4 were displaced by this one.
Could be. They could do a lot of that, but like, I kind of like the idea that, that they maybe would reclassify Goa and Shagaru as just very rare extinct Elder Dragon species that, maybe got extinct because other Elder Dragons hunted them, because when they show up, they just disrupt whole ecosystems like they did in 4. And you know what? Honestly, I know people would probably call it lazy, just repeating kind of the whole solution of 4. But I like that because it would strengthen actually the whole world building of Monster Hunter, because, yeah, we've seen that before. And it's still kind of cool to see this whole thing play out again, because it would reinforce the idea of, no, this dragon is a problem. And also you would notice patterns, because in our own world, lots of events repeat themselves with certain patterns that we notice. And having this across at least 2 games done once, one with lesser technology and one with better technology, is cool, because it just, again, reinforces the whole thing that this is a normal world, and you would learn a bit more about why are there not many, Gorus that would just constantly disrupt ecosystems. So you have the whole extinction angle, cool, but also, yeah, I kind of like I would really like to have a monster that just doesn't end with, here's a random new monster that you know nothing about, instead of being like, it was Gore again. You're like, oh, you fucker! How many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man?
Like, I would like there be a thing that displaces them, but it doesn't have to be new. Like, for example, we still don't really know what kind of habitat Gore lives in, if it prefers something.
Yeah.
But you could bring back the origin species of Teostra and just reclassify them as a very low population Verwandter.
Yeah.
No, I need your help.
Low population relative.
Yeah, a relative of Teostra.
Yeah. Or you know what? You could make it even more simple that, you know, maybe,
And
you know,
one came like down from the north, displaced him, and then we would have Toa Tetsukatoa, or whatever it's called, back in the game.
maybe. But also, another thing I could say, if you want to, you know, just maybe bring something back, or, you know, just stay in the mainline series, you could just say that, you know, Gorus might be simply very isolated living monster that, you know, you only put out the frenzy virus when they're, you know, under stress or need to go somewhere. And, like, what disrupts a Gore probably, because, you know, when they're not a Shagaru, they're not that strong. Fucking Devil Joe. Which would be funny because... Or Nagi. But it would be such an interesting, you know, chain of events to be like either a Nagigante or just Devil Joe displaced a Gore. And the Gores are just like, well, I need to find a new place and shelter myself and, you know... and until then, they just yeet out the frenzy virus, so, you know, things attack other things and not them as a defense mechanism, and so the whole ecosystem gets disrupted, and so everyone's like, well, I guess we need to kill the Gore now. Which would be just, again...
we probably should end the stream.
I should end the stream, because I will go off too much about Monster Hunter again. Again, I like this
idea. What do you mean, Will?
Sorry, it's just the thing. I like the idea of you have monsters you already know being the actual answer to, you know, just being like, what happened? Well, there was this, you know, kind of weird chain of events that happened with, you know, from monsters you already know. That's the thing what I want to see again, because the problem is Monster Hunter stories just kind of aren't that interesting, because the answer is just something you don't know that just fits everything perfectly. It's just a made up answer. It's nothing to guess. But if they actually would make a game about, you know, old monsters having impact on the world, well, suddenly it becomes a mystery, because you could be like, oh, even if you're just like, oh, it's Gore, but what startled the Gore? And you could be like, oh, wait, you're going with things I know already. Now it becomes a guessing game. You can be like, maybe I can find it out before the story tells me. And then it makes interesting. It invests you. This is game knowledge applied to writing. Anyway.
That would be nice.
I guess this is the stream.
Yes. Can you save the game? I changed some things.
Yeah, I will save the game. I mean, you gave us the absolute banger that is Monster Hunter Rise made breeding fetish boring.
I mean, come on. Every time, like, just imagine you hear the new game and they tell you that one of the end bosses, or end game enemies, are about a breeding fetish. You're like, what? That sounds wild. That's in like a big mainstream game that could be cool, you know?
Yeah.
And you see Rise, and it's just like stupid dragon broadcasting their thoughts into Vivarian girls. It's like,
and those are hot and they're cute, and I want to protect them.
And if you
Shut up, you shitty insult dragon.
And if you haven't played Rise, I know that sounds cool, but they're boring. They're basically just repeating, I want to fight my queen to fuck her, and the queen is, I want to fight my king to get pregnant. It's like, that's all they ever do.
And they broadcast it to cute twins
For story
cuts.
For story purposes.
That is probably the biggest insult they did. They are cute girls. They do not deserve to be speakers for the insult dragons.
Yes.
They deserve to be wives.
Yes. I mean, okay, they're twins, but yes.
Yes. Like
Is it late
wives.
enough to bring up the thing we have been going with incest and stories?
Yeah, they can be both.
You know, I mean, Zero K will say it anyway. There's this joke we have going on that the more incest a story has, the more peak it is. If anyone tries to take anything from it that is not and tries to make this serious, just don't try it. It's a joke. Also read Umineko.
You can disprove this argument very easily, but there are amazingly a lot of stories that are good that include incest.
Yeah, it's just...
And you wouldn't guess that.
So the obvious conclusion is incest makes stories good. That is totally the most rational thing to conclude. But what logic does it follow? It follows an obvious logic. We have data. It's there.
Cherry-picked data in this case.
It's one of those jokes that gets weirder the more you tell it. But honestly, what are we here for? But to weird people out, I suppose. Especially in today's times, where I guess you have to explain people that when someone calls another person, like a lesbian calls another lesbian sister, this is more about societal roles and certain role play expectations to live out. Heal,
Also
cope with trauma,
Also a sense of community, because that's what lots of women call each other. That aren't even queer.
Yes, but the thing is, I guess when we talk about the internet, a lot of people are Puritan idiots who take everything literally because that just reinforces their Puritan worldview.
But what is more pure than siblings doing each other? That's...
You just said that while Gustavka came back. She's going to be so fucking confused.
I'm referencing Zoroastrianism. Okay?
Yes, I know, but...
That's what they thought.
I'm fucking confused. Someone to Helen back right now. After I went off about Monster Hunter, why it's so hard.
I mean, who else is going to pick that cherry?
Oh. Yeah, lesbians love to pick cherries, I suppose.
Oh no, they're not rational.
Oh god. Oh.
Anyway, welcome to Victoria 3, where the last hour has been the Nialruko cast on Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that's that, and also I guess.
I mean, Ruben left. We had to pause.
Yeah.
He said we could play without him, but that wouldn't be so nice.
Yeah. And I guess Agonia said that Rice made the breeding fetish boring. So
yes,
in a series that canonically has breeding season, so how?
At least for us, it's canonically because we decided that Frontier's canon.
Sorry, Dose is canon. Dose is a mainland title that is canon.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Breeding season is canon in Monster Hunter.
I still declare Frontier canon until they say no. Same with the stuff in the art books. They never said it's not canon. I don't care. Somewhere there will be the equal dragon weapon. It will come. Simply because people find it cool.
Probably at one point, maybe, who knows?
At one point. Even if it is just as a rotting corpse. Which it kind of is even... Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I may...
Still, I will be very happy to see... what's it called? I forgot what I wanted to say. Sorry.
No worry. God, now I'm just exhausted. Yeah, I guess no Generations playthrough before Wilds because it's in February, but yeah, we probably will play Wilds at launch. That much is true. The only thing is again, do we get the money for the CPU or not?
Probably not.
Probably not because we're we technically have it to a degree. But we're also saving up for a new TV because ours is breaking down and we do not know when that does. We just kind of need... Yeah. thanks everyone for tuning in, I guess. I am very, very, very exhausted.
Oh,
But
you know that we're not done for the day. You know that, right?
I know.
So don't call me with exhausted.
No, that's not the point. That's not... Yeah. Everyone, I hope you will have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. And we will probably... I hope they increase the incest in Wilds. Oh, God.
I mean, they should bring in a duck wyvern. And with all that entails...
Oh. They should just have girls kissing. Like they should just have like, you know, I should be able to make a female hunter and smooch the smithy and the handler, both of them, and only with a female hunter. That's what it should. That's the future liberals want.
Yes.
You know what? Fuck it. No, I brought her up.
No.
Okay. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. And see you all on Sunday for more Ghostwire Tokyo, because we have to actually find a lot of things for cats in that game.
Yes, you
It
have
will-
to do that.
Yes. Side content is more important than saving the sister. So yeah.
This is the way.
Have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. Sleep well. Have wonderful dreams. And yes, we will play Wilds on launch day. So yeah, have a good time. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.